Chapter 2352. In less than 10 minutes, Han Fei broke through the 10th floor in one fell swoop. The opponent on the 10th floor was a black whale, which was very powerful before it turned into a star. Han Fei thought that when he reached the next floor, he would face a star-level opponent. However, when he stepped into the 11th floor, he found that he was surrounded by more than a dozen sea creatures all at once. And these sea creatures still hadn't turned into stars, so it wasn't difficult for Han Fei to deal with them. But soon, Han Fei discovered a problem. There were more than just a few creatures on this floor. Every time he killed a living being, the living being that was killed would transform into two identical living beings, and they were of equal strength. Han Fei couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. How could he fight them? Originally, there were only 10 of them, but now there were 20 of them. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? According to the human wave tactic, Han Fei estimated that he could fight no more than 300 heaven-opening state powerhouses of this level at the same time. It wasn't that Han Fei wasn't confident, but that they were all at the heaven-opening state and their range was limited. It was already good enough that he could resist so many of them. After all, a group of mindless, tormented souls could exhaust Qiu Shouzang and entice Ping to death, so there was no reason for him to be an exception. No, if this is the battle mode, then this floor alone may eliminate half of the people, and it will be very fast. It won't even take 3 months, not even 6 hours. Therefore, Han Fei immediately noticed that something was wrong. Since such a screening method was set up, it couldn't be too difficult. There was no need to compete in this competition. He could just finish it in one go. Therefore, Han Fei looked at the serpent that had been pierced by him and attacked again. Fist marks exploded, and 2 punches came one after another. Bam! 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 One of the serpents was shattered and turned into nothingness, but it didn't continue to split and simply disappeared. Phew! I can only split it once. In this way, the difficulty of this level had been reduced by many levels. Golden fist marks appeared one after another, and in less than 10 minutes, Han Fei had broken through this floor. Starting from the 12th floor, Han Fei met creatures that had turned into stars. Although most people said that there was not much of a difference between a star transformation cultivator and a star transformation cultivator before and after transforming into a star transformation cultivator, one would realize that the difference was not small. At least this time, Han Fei had encountered a humanoid that was about 30% stronger than the last creature on the undevolved planet. At this moment, Han Fei felt that this was the second round of the qualifiers. The first 10 or so floors should be the same as the first round of preliminaries. It was just a basic screening. Only the 11th floor was a little more difficult. When Han Fei pierced through this star transformation humanoid race powerhouse, he found that the strength of the humanoid race that appeared on the next floor was only a little bit stronger than before, not even 10% stronger. It could only be said that the only difference between them was that their DAOs were different. And this time, Han Fei passed more than 300 floors in a row. Even so, the strength of the late-stage star condensation powerhouse on the 300th floor was only about 30% stronger than the first late-stage star condensation powerhouse. However, on these 300-plus floors, Han Fei found that the DAOs of these testers were all different. In other words, he'd actually clashed with over 300 grand DAOs in this short period of time. Besides, Han Fei felt that these DAOs he encountered were gradually becoming stronger. Obviously, there were strong and weak DAOs. The stronger the DAOs, the higher the level they were on. At this time, Han Fei realized that according to this preliminary method, many people should have been eliminated because the difficulty level was slowly increasing. In fact, in the outside world, from the moment the first person appeared outside the tower, only about half an hour had passed. That was, after half an hour, about 7,000 or 8,000 people had been screened out. Judging from the time, these people were all defeated on the 11th floor. When they found that there were less than 8,000 people here, they couldn't help blushing. They didn't expect that they were the weakest in this large group. After a total of less than 10,000 people were eliminated on the first day, hundreds of people were eliminated every day. Until half a month later, about 30,000 people were eliminated. Different from the elimination level on the 11th floor, there was only one enemy on each floor. Even if they were evenly matched, they might be able to pass if they slowly grinded their way out. Besides, fighting with the powerhouses who walked different dais was actually a trial for all the testers. This would help them grow. Even after defeating the powerhouse on that floor, the teleportation array would still exist. As long as they didn't take the initiative to go to the next floor, they wouldn't be teleported to the next floor. As a result, the elimination rate was actually not high in this period of time. However, they were not stupid. This was a large-scale elimination. If they didn't hurry up and fight up, they would still be eliminated after 3 months. Therefore, the invisible pressure forced them to fight up. And just when many people were working hard to fight up, Han Fei had reached all the way to the 999th floor. Even if he reached the 999th floor, the power of this late-stage star transformation stage powerhouse was only twice as strong as the first star transformation stage powerhouse. And so far, Han Fei hadn't encountered anyone who walked the same dais as him. This made Han Fei feel a lot of doubts, because this was not like a simple preliminary competition. Although the purpose of this second round of the preliminary competition was also to screen out people, he couldn't have fought to the 1,000th floor only to find an enemy who was twice as strong as him, right? In the face of absolute strength, no matter how their dais changed, if their strength didn't change much, they would still be no match for him. Therefore, Han Fei estimated that in this second round of the preliminary competition, on the other hand, it might be a benefit for all the contestants, so that the contestants could hone themselves in various aspects. In fact, not only Han Fei had this feeling, but the people at the top of the ranking basically all had this feeling. On the 1,000th floor, Han Fei's opponents finally ushered in a change. His opponents suddenly became 10 people. That trick again. Han Fei thought it would be the same as the 11th floor. After defeating one person, that person would become 2 opponents with the same strength. Before, it was a one-on-one duel. Even if he fought to the 999th floor, it could only be said that the opponent's strength had been getting stronger. The space of 80,000 kilometers was not big, but it was not small either. If one side just defended and refused to fight head-on, as long as the strength gap was not big, it would not be easy to lose. However, if the opponents became 10 people, this place obviously became narrow. BAM, after more than 10 minutes, Han Fei stretched his muscles and bones quite easily, and a new teleportation array appeared around him. Han Fei thought that these opponents would be divided into 2, but in fact, there were 10 late-stage celestial transformation realm powerhouses. It was still a very simple level. On the 1,001st floor, the number of opponents suddenly changed Han Fei's understanding. The number of late-stage celestial transformation realm powerhouses suddenly increased from 10 to 100. The number suddenly increased tenfold, which made Han Fei realize that this level was probably the final level. These were not 100 tormented spirits, but celestial transformation late-stage powerhouses. If one really thought about it, they were much more terrifying than the tormented spirits. Han Fei looked solemn. In terms of realm, he might not be as strong as these ghost spirits, because they had already formed star cores and were real late-stage celestial transformation realm powerhouses. But for him, the earth veins had not been formed yet. It would not be easy for him to fight against 100 such opponents. This time, Han Fei really attacked with all his strength, but he didn't use the god-slaying gloves, the god-sense beads, or the power of the heavenly law. He couldn't borrow the power of the heavenly law here. Therefore, he just fought with pure basic strength. Bam! 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 When Han Fei's fist mark flew across the sky and pierced through a person, his body was also hit horizontally. Hundreds of great techniques fell on him at once. If it weren't for his strong physique and deteriorated soul, he would have been killed in a single blow. Half an hour later, Han Fei pierced through 16 people, but he had been hammered thousands of times. The reason why he fought so slowly this time was that he couldn't find a chance to attack in a short time, because there were too many great techniques attacking him at the same time, and other great Daos affected him. 1 hour later, Han Fei's body was sore and he felt very tired. At this time, he had pierced through a total of 39 people. As the number of people decreased, he had more and more opportunities. Compared with the first hour, he pierced through 9 more people in the last hour. In this crazy and fierce fighting environment, Han Fei couldn't remember how many times he had been hit, but he was sure that the birth of the great Tao in his natal star had accelerated, and his flesh and blood were also frantically absorbing the power and resource supply of the Origin Sea. After such a crazy and fierce battle, Han Fei unexpectedly found that this kind of fighting method was actually beneficial to the birth of the Golden Jade essence. Unfortunately, the birth speed was too slow. After fighting for an hour, only about 1% of the Golden Jade essence was condensed, which was less than 1 drop. It was still too difficult to refine his body in this way. 1.5 hours later, there were only 33 people left here, and Han Fei felt that he was about to collapse. But fortunately, the pressure was getting smaller and smaller now. Besides, Han Fei mainly left some opponents who were more suitable for melee and exciting combat, such as the Great Tao of Strength, the Great Tao of Thunder, the Great Tao of Lightning, the Great Tao of Gravity, and the Great Tao of Boxing. Unlike when he fought in the Fighting Dragon Street, although he also fought 100 people, the other party didn't fight all at once. Besides, at that time he could use the Great Tao at will and borrow power, but not here. Therefore, Han Fei was actually able to defeat 100 people, which was actually extremely terrifying. At this time, Han Fei no longer hesitated and finally launched the Heavenly Awakening Divine Technique. At that moment, Han Fei felt that every cell in his body was aching, and every inch of his skin was soothed. It was not that he couldn't defeat the remaining people, but that he wanted to use these people to refine his body. Although Senior God of War had said that he should refine his body after forming the Earth Vein and the Star Core. However, anyway, this round of preliminaries would last for 3 months, and he could use their power to guide the energy in his natal star and stabilize it faster. Chapter 2353. 2 months later, the second round of qualifiers. Nearly 720,000 people had already gathered outside the Black Tower. Most of these people had been eliminated from the 1,000th floor, but there were also some who had reached the 100th floor or even the 1,000th floor. Most of these people who had been eliminated were sitting cross-legged outside the Black Tower. The moment they came out, they did not even have time to return to their residences, because there were too many things in their minds that needed to be channeled. There were too many things for them to absorb in this second round of qualifiers. Anyone who came out of the Black Tower later felt that as long as they absorbed this part of the experience, their strength would increase by at least 10%. Of course, there were also many people who came out early or comprehended quickly enough, so they had already finished consolidating their strength and reviewing. However, most of these people did not look too good. That was because the numbers on their qualification badges made it clear to them that they had been eliminated. There were a total of 800,000 heaven opening powerhouses, and in the end, they were ranked 500,000th. If this was not a death sentence, what else could it be? Someone sighed. It is said that someone fought to the 1,000th floor before being eliminated. Isn't this round of qualifiers too difficult? It's more than 10 times more difficult than the first round of qualifiers. Someone said, now there are already many powerhouses in the top 100,000 who have been eliminated. Many people are said to have reached the 1,000th first floor. Do you know what kind of abnormal opponent that is? What is it? It is said that it is 100-star transformation late stage powerhouses with different Daos. 100? Are you kidding me? I can understand if it is 10, but how can they fight 100? And are they ordinary star transformation late stage powerhouses? Above the 500 floor, those star transformation late stage powerhouses are basically not bad opponents. Above the 900th floor, I reckon that they have already embarked on the star path and are truly powerful star transformation late stage powerhouses. 100? Heh, I am sure that I will not last more than 10 breaths of time. Someone said, don't even think about 10 breaths of time. I can't even last 5 breaths of time. Someone sneered, don't argue. Just think about the hundreds of Daos crushing your body. To put it bluntly, being able to last 3 breaths of time can only be considered luck. This has nothing to do with strength. But someone else added, currently most of those who were originally in the top 100,000 have come out to review their results. They must have gained a lot, but I noticed something. There were less than 10 people in the top 30,000 who had made it out. Do you know what this means? Only 10 people? Quite a few people were shocked. They weren't stupid. If they didn't come out, it meant that these people might have reached the 1,000th floor, or maybe they had already passed. At this moment, Han Fei, who was besieged by a group of people, smiled. 100 late-stage, celestial transformation powerhouses were too many, but 33 people were just right for Han Fei. With so many people, firstly, they couldn't hurt him, and secondly, they wouldn't feel tired. With their power to refine his body and release the energy, Han Fei's natal star finally calmed down and stopped shaking. During this period of time, his golden jade essence had increased by 4 drops. It was definitely not a lot, but it would more or less increase his strength. The most important thing was that his natal star had calmed down, which made Han Fei take a long sigh of relief. It meant that he could start building earth veins now. Previously, he had impulsively returned to his origin, causing him to take so long to form the earth vein. If not for that, his earth vein would have already been formed. After the golden fist mark swept the 33 people. On the next floor, Han Fei encountered a late-stage celestial transformation powerhouse. Han Fei was not surprised. Just now, it could be said that 90% of the people would be eliminated there. And now, when a late-stage celestial transformation powerhouse appeared, it meant that the difficulty level had increased again. A late-stage celestial transformation powerhouse, even the weakest one, was not something an ordinary late-stage celestial transformation powerhouse could resist. A late-stage celestial transformation powerhouse could only be said to have completed the celestial transformation stage and embarked on the celestial path. But a late-stage celestial transformation powerhouse had even completed the celestial path. After taking this step, their natal stars would be indestructible. Their natal stars could connect to the power of many great stars. The external performance was that their physique and soul power had skyrocketed, their battle endurance had skyrocketed, and the aura of the great path born from their natal star had skyrocketed. In any aspect, a late-stage celestial transformation powerhouse would be fundamentally crushed. For example, suppose a heaven-opening powerhouse turned into a star and gave birth to a star nucleus. His basic strength was 10 points. Then a late-stage celestial transformation powerhouse who had completed the celestial path might have 20 points or even more. But even a late-stage celestial transformation powerhouse with a combat power of 20 could not be compared to a few late-stage celestial transformation powerhouses with a basic strength of 10 points. Han Fei was powerful enough. When he rescued Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingqing in the Singing Sea, in fact, his strength could barely compete with He Sha. How much strength did Han Fei use? With the god's thought beads, the god-slaying gloves, the power of heaven, the great path, and the law of heaven and earth, he barely defeated He Sha. But in fact, at that time, he mainly scared He Sha away. And after tomorrow's camp, he killed a late-stage celestial transformation powerhouse. At that time, his basic combat power had been greatly strengthened. With the help of Void Theft, he could only kill the late-stage Celestial Transformation powerhouse with only 1/3 of his strength left. If that person was him in his perfect state at that time, Han Fei was sure that he couldn't kill him. Now, Han Fei's comprehensive strength in all aspects had once again made a qualitative leap, and he was sure that he could fight against a normal late-stage Celestial Transformation powerhouse. However, since he regarded this as a trial, Han Fei didn't plan to use Void Theft at the beginning. If he counted Void Theft, Han Fei felt that it was possible for him to fight all the way to the first place. But this was only the second round of the qualifiers. The ranking was actually not very important. Therefore, fighting against this late-stage Celestial Transformation powerhouse who focused on speed, Han Fei was beaten for a whole day before he found an opportunity to defeat him. However, Han Fei felt a sense of accomplishment after defeating a late-stage Celestial Transformation powerhouse, because he only used the power of the gods' thought beads. He didn't know if it was because the strength of the first late-stage Celestial Transformation powerhouse he encountered was relatively weak. When Han Fei encountered the second late-stage Celestial Transformation powerhouse, the gods' thought beads were completely useless. He was beaten all the way, and after being beaten for 6 hours, Han Fei felt that he was about to be defeated by the opponent, so he stole the opponent's combat awareness to buy himself some buffer time. It wasn't until the third day that Han Fei was sure that with his pure strength and the gods' thought beads, he couldn't defeat this late-stage Celestial Transformation powerhouse at all. So Han Fei used the god-slaying gloves. Finally, he defeated this late-stage Celestial Transformation powerhouse with difficulty. Han Fei estimated that with his strength, it should be no problem for him to reach the third round. Han Fei naturally walked to the next floor. He didn't stop, but reviewed the battle. Because this was originally a basic strength training, there was no need to review it. After reaching the next floor, when Han Fei fought hard, he found that the strength of this person was so strong that he was completely no match for him with the god-slaying gloves. Han Fei, who didn't intend to compete for the ranking, naturally gave up the battle. For him, as long as he could enter the third round, it would be enough. Anyway, there was no reward for this qualifier. Besides, although he could use the power of Tao, the power of time, the laws of heaven and earth, Void Theft, and many other great skills, there was no need to use them here. Instead, he felt that he had to find time to get out as soon as possible, because he still had to build the Earth Vein. In the outside world, there were still nearly 80,000 people who hadn't come out yet. And Feng Yu, Feng Xingliu, Zhao Qinglong, Wang Beichen, Wu Shuang, and the others hadn't come out yet. But Han Fei's figure suddenly appeared. Why is he here? This is a big shot, a terrifying powerhouse who killed Yi Qianqing. Why did he come out so early? Shoot, could it be that he cleared the stage? After all, this guy killed a peak Celestial Transformation powerhouse. He shouldn't be able to pass the level, right? Zhao Qinglong on the divine roll and Feng Yu, the first on the heavenly roll, didn't pass the level. Even if he killed Yi Qianqing, it doesn't make sense for him to pass the level so early. Immediately, many people looked at Han Fei in surprise. Han Fei, on the other hand, immediately went to where the referee was. "Hello, can I go back now?" The judge seemed slightly surprised too. He looked at Han Fei's wrist. Han Fei looked down and found that the number 306 on his wrist had changed, replaced by 1986. This meant that 1986 people had gone further than him. However, no matter what, the second round was already in the bag. The judge nodded slightly. Yes, after this round of qualifiers, there will be a 3-day buffer time for the third round of qualifiers. We will notify you then. Also, you don't have to change your room. It will be arranged according to the initial position. Han Fei nodded. Okay, thank you. Chapter 2354. There were still 24 days before the end of the second round of qualifiers. If he started to shape the earth veins immediately, he would have about 17 years. His natal star, Han Fei lay on the surface of his own star. Although it was a bit messy, it was only caused by the internal energy riot. Once the star was completely shaped, it could become a fairyland at any time. Han Fei didn't rush to shape the earth veins. He first went to communicate with the god of war for a while, and after half a day of discussion, he returned to his natal star. At this moment, an ordinary sphere appeared in front of Han Fei. Outside the sphere, there was a layer of ordinary clear water, which formed the shape of a human. Han Fei used different materials to shape the bones of this human model that he created at random and used the sphere as the heart. Han Fei looked at the sphere and regarded it as the star core, which was equivalent to the human heart. The god of war said that I can shape the veins by observing my body. Different races have different body structures, so they have different ways to shape the veins. Han Fei thought to himself, this is completely copying the meridian flow of my body. But there is a problem. That is, although it is a set of meridians, it is divided into the primordial veins and the eternal darkness veins. These two spiritual veins are the same set of meridians. If I shape the earth veins for my natal star in this way, there shouldn't be any conflict, right? After all, there is no such thing as a spiritual vein in a natal star. It is not difficult to understand how to shape the earth veins. Han Fei's first step must be to shape the main veins, extraordinary meridians, and then the branch veins. The so-called branch veins are the veins derived from all the paths of the main veins and extraordinary meridians. These thin veins only need to be able to carry the operation of the earth veins. Their main purpose is to channel the energy in the star core and breathe the aura of the Great Way. It only took Han Fei one day to make a plan and start to copy it. With a thought from Han Fei, a big crack appeared on the Life Star City. Han Fei waved his hand casually, and the surrounding land rose up into the shape of a group of mountains. Below the big crack was a stream of water which was connected to the mountains by a great waterfall. In this way, the mountains and rivers appeared above, and the earth veins were hidden below. The layout of every earth vein was a test. Some were made into mountains and hidden among the mountains. Some were set up by Han Fei at the places where water sources converged and spread out, creating rivers on the surface and hiding underground veins. Some were hidden by Han Fei in the deep sea and blocked by the turbid fog deposited in the deep sea. The big veins were easy to set up, but the small veins were troublesome. It took Han Fei 8 months to visit every corner of his natal star and finally set up the main veins, special veins, and some more important veins. However, that was not all. If he wanted to form a complete earth vein, he would have to use the smaller veins to slowly link the larger veins together. A large vein was bound to be surrounded by tens of thousands of smaller veins that needed to be sorted out slowly. Han Fei made some places burst out with strong vitality, forming a large forest here. All the flowers and trees that Han Fei had seen before could grow here. Although this place would be destroyed again in the next restoration, the layout was already there. Once it was destroyed, it could be rebuilt. It was a piece of cake for Han Fei. Some places were transformed into vast plains by Han Fei. In some places, water flowed in all directions. On his natal star, after a full 7 years, originally, this natal star could grow freely. As long as Han Fei wanted, this place could be turned into a fairyland. However, under Han Fei's many arrangements, this place only became a habitable star. In the past few years, Han Fei didn't consume many resources. He found that every time he opened up an earth vein, the energy in the star core would rush in. And once the energy in the star core entered the earth vein, it would slowly accumulate into earth vein spring water. When Han Fei finished shaping all the energy on his natal star, less than 30% of the energy in I-Ching star core had been consumed by Han Fei. The reason why he consumed so little was that the energy hadn't been completely transformed into earth vein spring water, so the earth vein hadn't been completely activated. When the earth vein settled and was completely transformed, the energy in the star core would be consumed a few more times. However, Han Fei didn't intend to wait for the energy to slowly settle and transform. Now, on Han Fei's natal star, including the minor veins around some large veins, there were as many as millions of them. And the minor veins under the minor veins, which didn't matter even if they were destroyed, were as many as 100 million. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken Han Fei 7 years to plan this thing. After doing all this, Han Fei prepared a volcanic crater at every place where the earth veins converged. When the energy gathered abnormally, it could be vented through the volcanic craters, so that it wouldn't shake for nearly 100 years like before. And Han Fei had built as many as 6,516 volcanoes, which wasn't a large number or even a little small. This was because he hadn't felt the energy outburst yet, so he didn't know where the abnormal energy gathered. Therefore, he planned to return to the origin once again. After this time, he would be able to continue laying out plans for the place where the energy was abnormally converging and create more volcanoes. This way, the work of forging the meridians would basically be completed. When Han Fei sat cross-legged and began to carry out power restoration, all his resources floated outside the sea of stars. The step of building veins didn't require many resources. The small amount of resources was to make up for the lack of resources in some special places. At that moment, Han Fei sensed that the infinite energy was about to explode inside his natal star. The countless earth veins that he created were almost completely filled with energy in only half an hour. And some of the more than 6,500 volcanoes that Han Fei had set up had already begun to move. Of the 6,516 volcanoes, more than 2,500 erupted one after another. The state of power restoration ended half a month later, but at this moment, Han Fei's natal star was densely covered with volcanic ash. After 3 years, the volcanic ash hadn't completely settled. And in the past 3 years, Han Fei almost doubled the number of volcanic craters formed by his natal star. Although Han Fei didn't want to interfere with it, if a star was allowed to develop and evolve freely, who knew how long it would take? Therefore, in the 12th year of Han Fei's seclusion, he carried out the natal star restoration again. After this time, there was only about 20% of the energy left in I Ching-Ching's star core. Unfortunately, the time was too short. Even if Han Fei hurried, he still had about 20% of the star core's energy left. And at this moment, Han Fei's natal star was full of energy. An entire sky of the star core was covered with volcanic ash, gray and hazy. During this period, this star was completely uninhabitable. Basically, anyone below the Pioneer Sea state would die and be directly torn into pieces by this crazy energy. Han Fei came out on the 15th year of seclusion. It seemed that the natal star needed to naturally settle for a while. In just a month, it was not bad to be able to build earth veins. Han Fei looked at his information and found that the data after building the earth veins were basically the same as before. He couldn't help but nod slightly. Although I Ching-Ching star core was brought back by him, he might not have been able to fully absorb this part of power. Or maybe he hadn't finished the step of turning into a star yet. According to the god of war, when a star core was born, the energy would feed back, and then a star core would be born. Therefore, no matter how violent the energy was now, it might not be enough when the star core was born. At that time, if it wasn't enough, he would either have to find a new energy source, or he would have to use all of his resources. In the yard, Han Fei suddenly appeared. A smile slowly appeared on the corner of his mouth. According to this time, when the 3rd round of the qualifiers was over, he could take the time to do the last recovery. At that time, I Ching-Ching's star core would be completely digested. At that time, he should be able to start the preliminary birth of a star core. Hey, Han Fei, are you in seclusion again? Han Fei had just come out and didn't notice when Feng Xingliu came. Han Fei asked, "When did you come? Isn't the 2nd round of the qualifiers not over yet?" According to Han Fei's calculation, there should be 1 day before the end of the 2nd round of the qualifiers, and 4 days before the third round of the qualifiers. Feng Xingliu immediately leaned over and looked at the qualification token on Han Fei's wrist, which had the number 3698. Huh. Han Fei didn't notice it. Last time it was 1986, but now it had fallen to Feng Xingliu's level. But Han Fei turned his head and looked at Feng Xingliu's wrist, only to find that this guy was still blocking. Han Fei also saw that this guy had fallen to the 8,907th place. Han Fei couldn't help but grin. Well, it's just the second round of the qualifiers. Don't take it seriously. However, Feng Xingliu said, I passed the 1,001st level, the level with 100 late-stage star transformation cultivators. Is that a level that a human can pass? After passing it, I'm only 8,907th place? Han Fei asked, Didn't you already pass it on the Dolong Street? Feng Xingliu frowned. So I passed it again. Han Fei asked, You can't last long against a late-stage star transformation cultivator? Feng Xingliu curled his lips. I really can't last half an hour. Han Fei nodded slightly. Not bad. If you didn't last half an hour, you wouldn't have reached the 8,907th place. Hey, by the way, why are you here instead of reviewing the battle? Feng Xingliu said mysteriously. Those fops sent me a message. The third round is a team competition, and they want to team up with us. Team competition? Han Fei realized that Li Xinhao's speculation was right. There was indeed a team competition. However, Han Fei asked in confusion, Can we team up freely? Feng Xingliu said, We can't team up with them, but they said that they are all useless and that it's not a good idea to team up with us. Besides, as long as they pull some strings, they can be assigned to our team. I'm just thinking that since we've accepted their resources and given them a certain amount of protection, it wouldn't be good to reject them directly, right? Han Fei thought for a moment. Okay, it doesn't matter who we team up with, but you have to tell them not to mess with the experts in the top 10,000, or I'll have to pay them more. Chapter 23:55. In Han Fei's eyes, the team competition in the qualifiers didn't make much sense. As Li Xinhao analyzed, the real purpose of the team competition was to discover elite experts and test their comprehensive abilities, adaptability, and so on. But even after the second round of qualifiers, half of the people were eliminated. But the number of strong people who continued to participate could still reach more than 370,000 people. Han Fei calculated in his heart. Even if half of the people were eliminated in the next two rounds, there would still be nearly 100,000 people left. Therefore, at this stage, whether it was the third or the fourth round, no matter who he teamed up with, there was no reason for him to lose. Therefore, Han Fei didn't care who he teamed up with. One day later, the second round of qualifiers for the Sea Expansion Realm ended. Compared with the number of people eliminated in the Heaven Opening Realm, the number of people eliminated in the Sea Expansion Realm was particularly shocking. Good heavens, no less than 5 million people had been eliminated. Countless participants had discovered the gap between themselves and the true experts in the preliminaries. This kind of understanding was hard to come by in the vast wilderness of the Sea Realm. Only in the divine capital dynasty, where countless strong people competed against each other, could they intuitively feel it. Anyway, the second round of qualifiers dealt a heavy blow to the self-confidence of many people. When the information of Neza's clone and Zhang Daqian's clone was synchronized, Han Fei found that in fact, the content of the qualifiers of these three levels was basically the same. In this regard, Han Fei didn't care about it. Today, Han Fei continued to lie down and watch the changes of his natal stars. Thinking about it, he realized that Feng Yu was actually here, and she was together with Feng Xingliu, who had just left. Feng Qingcheng was here too. Was it a gathering for hot pot? Little junior brother, are you lying down? Han Fei got up and said to her via voice transmission in confusion, Senior sister, Didn't I tell you that a few guys from the Temple of Time might be paying attention to me? Feng Yu responded indifferently, it's okay. I asked Feng Xingliu and Qing Cheng to come with me. Han Fei was wondering if he should set up an array to talk to Feng Yu alone. He felt that Feng Yu must have something to say to him. But immediately, Feng Yu said, Han Fei, can I introduce you to a rich woman? Puff. Han Fei rolled his eyes. What the hell is this? Just like that, they came all the way here? Feng Qingqing also looked at Han Fei and Feng Yu in surprise, thinking that the relationship between her sister and Han Fei was so casual. Feng Xinglu said directly, Wu, the rich woman you're going to introduce to me isn't you, is it? Feng Yi directly sent a slap flying over. Impudent. Although the Phoenix Star Stream's bloodline had been awakened again, it could not withstand the power of the Phoenix Feather Star transformation perfect stage. He was slapped to the ground, and Feng Xinglu shouted out unwillingly, ambushing me? You ambushed me. Feng Yu ignored him, but looked at Han Fei with a smile. It's the Princess Lanqin who went to the Dolong Street with me last time. I am the godly capital dynasty, the legitimate royal family with an astonishing bloodline. Are you interested? If you marry her, you can work 10,000 years less. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. I still have a lot of things to do. Furthermore, I'm already married. Feng Yu, this unreliable woman, is just messing around. Han Fei said, No, you'd better introduce this Princess Lanqin to Feng Xinglu. I think Feng Xinglu is a good match for her. Feng Xinglu. Then, unexpectedly, Feng Xinglu licked the corner of his mouth. Well, actually, I don't mind. I also noticed her at that time. She should be a good match for me. They set up the hot pot and the barbecue grill. Then Feng Yu said without hesitation, I heard that you two hung out with a bunch of rich young masters from the godly capital dynasty. Are you going to team up for the third round of the preliminaries? Han Fei thought, didn't Feng Xinglu tell you? Feng Xinglu shrugged. Do I have to tell you about such a trivial matter? Feng Yu smiled casually. I don't have to, but you two definitely won't be in the same team. Huh. Han Fei and Feng Xinglu couldn't help but look at each other. What did she mean? Didn't those rich young masters say that they could use their connections? If they could use their connections to join their team, why couldn't they unite Feng Xinglu with them? Feng Xinglu couldn't help but ask, Why can't we team up? Feng Yu said, Because the two of you together are too strong. The rule of the third round of the preliminaries is that the strong will team up with the weak. For people like me, I can only team up with the last few contestants. As for you, it's the same. You will only team up with those who are at the bottom. But both of you are ranked within the top 10,000, so this kind of team is impossible. Han Fei was confused. Isn't it random? Feng Yu said, If it's just me and you, what's the point of the third round of the preliminaries? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, So, I'm alone with a bunch of losers? Feng Xinglu also said, Isn't it a bit difficult? Feng, you looked at the two of them mockingly. Yes, it's quite difficult, if I'm not mistaken, because you have united some rich young masters. Some big clans in the godly capital dynasty have shifted their attention to you. So in the third round of the preliminaries you may be targeted. Hee. Han Fei immediately felt uncomfortable. While Feng Xinglu was stunned, he took a deep breath and said, You have to inform them that you have to pay more. 2 days later, Han Fei's natal star was developing well. The energy was slowly settling. The earth vein was basically integrated, and the earth vein spring was also being transformed. The efficiency was very high. Han Fei smiled. He estimated that he would be able to return to the origin stage in 10 days or half a month. When the energy in his natal star completely settled and the whole natal star underwent a certain energy baptism, a star core would be born. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. Once a star core was born, the step of turning into a star would be completely completed, and his strength should have a small leap. Of course, if the god of war really had a way to quickly condense the golden jade essence, then this small leap might become a big leap. Han Fei was looking forward to the birth of the Star Core as soon as possible. At the same time, he also hoped that the time of the preliminaries could be dragged out. The longer the preliminaries were, the greater the chance of him making a breakthrough before the official start of the major competition of 10,000 years. Master Han Fei, the third round of the preliminaries is almost here. In the courtyard A where Han Fei and the others were, there were people serving them, although most of the time they didn't need anyone to serve them. Okay, got it. Han Fei nodded, slowly got up, and went to the number 101 island. It was still the Black Tower. This was the third time Han Fei saw it. This time, the number of participants had decreased significantly, more than half. If there were no accidents, the 4 rounds of preliminaries should be held in this tower, which would save the divine capital dynasty a lot of trouble. As soon as Han Fei arrived, he found that a special aura appeared on his qualification token, like a frequency. This made it easy for Han Fei to find someone with the same frequency as him among the more than 370,000 people. It felt like putting a few giants among 10,000 ordinary people. He could see them at a glance. Brother Fei, I'm in your group. Brother Fei, me too. Brother Fei, we've been waiting for you for a long time. I'm relieved to see you. Brother Fei. Han Fei looked around and looked at those with the same frequency. Chao Mingde? Wu Bufan? Luo Dafei? Whoa, they're all here. Why was he so sure? Wu Bufan was still holding a big pipe in his mouth. Luo Dafei was fanning himself with a golden fan, and Chao Mingde was sizing up a female cultivator not far away. There was also a guy named Li Qin who was spinning 2 sea walnuts in his hand. On Feng Xingliu's side, a total of 7 people had gathered together and were walking towards Han Fei and the others. Wu Bufan and the others had already gathered around. They were all smiling and very happy, thinking that they would definitely win the 3rd round. Han Fei said lightly, "Show me your wrists. Let me see your rankings." Chao Mingde and the others were taken aback at first, but then they didn't hesitate and showed their wrists. Wow! Han Fei will be shocked when he sees it. 3,72565, 371,981, 376,019. There were 6 people in a row, and their numbers all started with 37. Feng Yu said that she could only be paired with people who ranked last, and it seemed that she was right. No wonder these people were sure that they could form a team with Han Fei as long as they had some connections. Damn it, I should have been paired with 1 person in each stage. But now I've been paired with 6 useless people, which directly reduced the combat effectiveness of my team by 80%. Wait, at this time, Han Fei found that another person had come. The others also turned their heads and looked at her. It was a girl who didn't look tall, had delicate and handsome facial features, and looked very energetic. However, this girl seemed to be a little scared when she saw Han Fei's team. There were people smoking big pipes, playing with walnuts, fanning themselves, and looking at her lecherously. She felt that she had joined the wrong team. Wu Bufan narrowed his eyes and said, "Wait, which team are you from? Why do we have you in our team?" Han Fei was taken aback and asked in surprise, "Don't you know?" Luo Dafei nodded. "No, Brother Fei. We thought there were 7 people including you. I didn't know there was another one." Chapter 2356. Han Fei thought he was leading a bunch of fops, but now it seemed that an irrelevant person had popped up. He thought that maybe it was because Chao Mingde and the others had found too many connections that they were all on his side. So, in order to save some face for himself, the people who divided the team forcibly kept an irrelevant member. Han Fei felt that this was the only answer. Otherwise, according to Chao Mingde and the others, his team would definitely be full of fops. Han Fei felt that it would be good if they were all fops, and he could collect more resources. But since this girl was assigned here normally, He might as well take her with him, for free. Before Han Fei said anything, Wu Bufan shouted, "Hey, what's your name?" The girl said Yi Lingling. The girl obviously showed a hint of vigilance, although she knew that the people opposite her were her teammates. But no matter how she looked at them, she felt that none of the 7 people opposite her were good people. Among them, the one who didn't look like a good person was the only young man who was neither holding a walnut in his hand nor smoking a big pipe, because he was obviously the leader of these people. Luo Dafei asked, "Wait, girl, what's your rank? How did you get into our team?" Yi Lingling frowned slightly. "I'm 180001. Wow. Luo Dafei and the others couldn't help but gasp. So high? Not giving these idiots a chance to make a fool of themselves. Han Fei looked back and said, "Put away the big pipe, and you put down the fan. You, put away the walnut too." Yes, Brother Fei. They were in a good mood and didn't mind not smoking the big pipe for a while. Han Fei looked at Yi Lingling and said, "You join the team." Yi Lingling was a little hesitant, mainly because she felt that there was something wrong with these people. Chao Mingda said, "Girl, why are you hesitating? Brother Fei asked you to join the team. What? Do you want to compete with Brother Fei for the captain position?" The guy holding the walnut was called Li Qin. He said proudly, "Then you have no chance. Brother Fei is ranked in the top 100. It's your honor to join us." Top 100? Yi Lingling could not help but feel a chill in her heart. If that was the case, then wouldn't this person be a super powerhouse at the late stage of the celestial transformation realm? Han Fei's face immediately darkened. "Okay, stop bragging. The 3rd round is about to begin. Yi Lingling, no matter what, you will belong to my team in the 3rd round." Yi Lingling took a deep breath and thought to herself, "What storms have I not seen? Weren't they just a few young masters who didn't look right? Damn it, why did such a young master still exist at the heaven opening stage?" Yi Lingling didn't understand, but in fact neither did Han Fei. After a moment of silence, Yi Lingling asked, "Are you really in the top 100? Han Fei sneered. "They're just bluffing. It's not that exaggerated." After that, Han Fei showed his qualification token. When Yi Lingling saw Han Fei's number 3686, she was slightly relieved at first, but then she suddenly took a deep breath. What a joke! Although he wasn't in the top 100, he was still in the top 3600. Even this position wasn't something he could underestimate. Among those ranked in the top 10,000, no one was weak. Most of those ranked in the top 5,000 were at the late stage of the star transformation realm. Unfortunately, Yi Lingling couldn't see Han Fei's strength because there were too many people here and she couldn't find Han Fei's natal star at all. At this moment, the referee of the qualifier came out. As soon as he entered the field, he shouted, "All participants, please pay attention. All participants, please pay attention. I will now read out the rules of the 3rd round of qualifiers. After the rules are read out, the 3rd round of qualifiers will begin in half an hour." Suddenly, the noisy square quieted down. At this moment, looking again, they found that under the black tower, there were groups of teams. Everyone seemed to be a temporary team, and they were introducing themselves to each other. But as long as they looked carefully, they would find that the number of participants was basically in teams of 7 or 8 people. If they counted carefully, there were a total of 50,000 teams. When the voices quieted down, the referee said, "The rules of this 3rd round of qualifiers are different from any previous 10,000-year competition. In this round of qualifiers, you are not participating in it, so there will be no deaths. You will enter the heaven and earth trigram of the divine capital dynasty. In the world of the plate, you will not die even if you are killed or your opponent is killed." Heaven and earth trigram? Many people sighed. It must be extraordinary to be listed as a treasure of the divine capital dynasty. Han Fei couldn't help but frown. Not die even if you are killed? That meant that in the so-called heaven and earth trigram, it should not be your real body participating in the battle. Otherwise, if your real body died, how could you not die? And since it was not your real body, a treasure that could completely simulate your own strength and the strength of so many people in their complete state, what level would it be? Han Fei felt that it was definitely not at the level of an ultra-quality divine weapon. It should be a top-level weapon beyond the category of divine weapons, or a holy weapon. The referee continued. The rules of the third round of qualifiers are 12 days, and the final result will be determined by points. In the world of the plate, 50,000 teams will randomly appear in 50,000 different locations. Every day, a red flag will appear in the location you appear in. This flag cannot be stored in any space, and each flag is worth 100 points. If you guard the flag for more than a day, or at the end of a day, as long as you still have a flag, your team will accumulate 100 points permanently. Secondly, if you kill an enemy of any team, your team will gain 1 point. If you are killed by any member of any team, your team will lose 1 point. Those who are killed will re-enter the heaven and earth trigram within half an hour and automatically appear in the team. By the way, between teams, if you stay with each other for more than an hour and no one dies, it will be regarded as an alliance. Allies will be randomly deducted a certain amount of points. When the referee finished reading the rules, the people off the field were all dumbfounded. Someone immediately realized something. If there is no death in the heaven and earth trigram, won't they go crazy? Someone said solemnly, it should be said that they go crazy. But pay attention to one problem. After you are killed, you will not appear in the team until half an hour later. This time difference may be a key to the competition between teams. Someone sighed. No, what matters is the flag. When the time comes, everyone's first goal will be to grab the flag. They should think about how to protect the flag. Someone sneered. The most unwise thing is to protect the flag. How can you protect 50,000 teams? At this time, you should take the initiative to attack. Someone shook his head. I think the existence of the flag is too obvious. According to the rules just now, as long as you still have a flag at the end of the day, your team's points will increase. Can we have no flag in front of us so that we won't attract the pursuit of other teams? And during this time, we can hunt others. As long as we wait for the last hour or half an hour to find a way to get a flag, our points will be maximized. For a time, under the Black Tower, everyone was discussing, because there were only so many rules, and the key was to find a solution in the rules. Those who could stand here were not fools. Of course, they knew how to deal with it. Wu Bufan said, Brother Fei, what tactics should we study? I just heard someone say that it makes sense. In the first 11 hours, we can hunt others, and in the last hour, we can grab the flag. Humph. Han Fei looked at Wu Bufan as if looking at an idiot. Don't you know what you're doing? You've 6 people ranked more than 370,000, and you're telling me that you're going to hunt? Are you sure you're not going to kill yourself? Ah, Wu Bufan couldn't help scratching his head. Well, I have you, Brother Fei. Han Fei scoffed. Humph. Am I the bodyguard you hired? Do you know that you have been targeted by some people in your respective clans? Who knows? There might even be people specifically targeting you. If that's the case, you'll have to pay more. Yes, Brother Fei is right. If that's the case, we understand. Yi Lingling was also dumbfounded. 6 people ranked more than 370,000? How could this be? Although the strong cooperated with the weak, it didn't make sense for them to be in this way. There should be strong people of different ranks in different stages. Wouldn't that be more reasonable? The relationship between teams should be relatively weak and relatively strong, so there should be competition, shouldn't there? However, 6 players ranked below 370,000. Yi Lingling didn't feel good when she saw that. She knew that although Han Fei was strong, there must be at least one person ranked in the top 50,000 in other teams. However, they might not have 6 players ranked more than 370,000. Han Fei thought for a while and said, Chao Mingda, you guys are responsible for carrying the flag. I have my own plan. I'll win. win. Immediately, Wu Bufan, Chao Mingde, Li Chun, and the others were amused. Wu Bufan subconsciously raised his big pipe and wanted to have a puff. But suddenly he thought of something and put away the big pipe. At this time, a weird smile appeared on Han Fei's face. I'm good at robbing people. Chapter 23:57. Yi Lingling didn't speak all the way. Obviously, Han Fei knew these playboys, and the two sides even had a deal? It seemed that these playboys had paid a certain protection fee to Han Fei. Therefore, Han Fei could help them pass the third round of the qualifiers. If that was the case, then he must have accidentally benefited from it. The only thing that she didn't quite understand was why so many rich playboys were assigned to the same group as Han Fei. Was there some kind of shady deal? Yi Lingling shook her head secretly. Even if you pass the third round of qualifiers in this way, what can you do then? After the third round, there would be the fourth round, after which the official 10,000-year competition would begin. Even if someone helps you, how many rounds can you last? It's not like someone else will fight for you in the arena, right? Anyway, Han Fei had already said that he would win, and this third round counted as a team's points. If someone was to be eliminated, then the whole team would be eliminated. Han Fei was a super strong man who killed Yi Qianqing. How could he be eliminated? Wu Bufan and the others wouldn't believe it. Everyone would be eliminated, but their team wouldn't. After half an hour, in the referee's command, the first floor of the Black Tower and the 8 walls were all shrouded in black, turning into a strange entrance. Swish, 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 all the teams quickly entered the arena. When Han Fei and the other 8 people's eyes lit up, they found that they were standing on a very high mountain peak. It was still snowing here, dyeing the mountain and the distance white. Beside them was a bright red flag, more than 10 meters high, bursting with spiritual energy, which was very eye-catching. Han Fei immediately released his perception, and he immediately got the feedback. His perception would not be reduced at all. His perception had reached more than 7 million kilometers, so it was more than 7 million kilometers. Han Fei felt that his current body was his real body. He also couldn't understand why the referee said that after being killed, he would be resurrected within half an hour. Han Fei thought, just in case I'd better not die. Anyway, Chao Mingde and the others were here to kill me. Han Fei estimated that at this moment many people should have started to move. However, he suspected that many people were not going to fight for it, but to form alliances. Although the referee had said that an alliance was not allowed, smart people would have noticed that the referee had said that if 2 teams were together for 2 hours and no deaths had occurred, it would be considered an alliance. In that case, I'm just forming an alliance. Why do I have to be together? Wouldn't it be fine if the 2 teams were separated by a certain distance? Once a battle broke out, one of the teams would come to reinforce the other and leave right after the battle. Moreover, there were obvious casualties. Wouldn't this be equivalent to forming an alliance? In other words, if I sacrifice one person every hour, wouldn't that be equivalent to forming an alliance? Therefore, any rule would have a loophole that could be exploited. Moreover, in theory, because every team had at least one powerhouse, when multiple teams formed an alliance, their strength would be abnormally strong. For example, if all of them were at the late stage of the celestial transformation realm, then 3 of them would come at once. Even if it was him, under normal circumstances, he would not be their opponent. However, the alliance Han Fei thought of also had certain disadvantages. First of all, the teams that were going to form an alliance had to trust each other and not have any disagreements. Secondly, there couldn't be too many teams in an alliance. Otherwise, the benefits would be difficult to distribute. For example, there were 5 teams in an alliance, but they couldn't be too close to each other. As a result, one of the teams found an opponent and called for an ally to help. Good heavens! All the resources were taken by you, and the other 4 squads helped you. Moreover, once the number of teams in an alliance increased, their actions would tend to be consistent and they would no longer be free. If a team went in one direction, then the other 2 teams also had to go in that direction. However, all three teams had experts overseeing them. What right did they have to go wherever they wanted? To put it bluntly, after forming an alliance, they needed an absolute leader. And the more teams there were in an alliance, the more difficult it was to have an absolute leader. Therefore, Han Fei was sure that there would generally be no more than 3 teams in an alliance. Otherwise, they would fight each other first. However, in the early stage of the game, this was a good opportunity to form an alliance to suppress the opponent. At this time, everyone was still very unfamiliar with the surrounding environment. It shouldn't be a big problem for them to form an alliance, kill a few teams, and get a few flags. Han Fei grabbed the big flag with one hand, feeling that it was made of an unknown material. Thinking of their current state, this flag might just be a kind of rule. Han Fei threw it to Chao Mingda casually. "Take it." This Chao Mingda carried the flag, thinking that whoever carried the flag would be the target. But he thought that with Han Fei here, no one should be able to touch him, right? Then he heard Han Fei say, "Mingda." Later, you, Bufan, and the other 5 will carry the flag and run around to familiarize yourself with the environment. Okay, Brother Fei. The 7 of us? Wu Bufan and the others also looked at Han Fei. Why 7? Han Fei thought for a moment and said, "It doesn't matter. This is called showing weakness to the enemy. Let's first create an image that we are very weak. Then maybe we can attract a lot of people to take the initiative to attack us. Then we can harvest them, right?" Oh. Chao Mingda, Wu Bufan, and the others were dumbfounded. "Do you really think no one noticed you when you were outside? There must have been a lot of people who had noticed you." Han Fei paused, looked at Yi Lingling, who seemed to be looking at Han Fei silently, and said, "You go with them. With the 7 of you, people will think this team is more reasonable." Yi Lingling couldn't help but ask, "What about you?" Han Fei shrugged. "Me, I want to do a test." "A test?" For some reason, when they heard that Han Fei was going to do a test, whether it was Yi Lingling or Chao Mingda, they all felt a little scared. Is he serious about doing a test? So we're just test subjects. However, Chao Mingda and the others were obviously much more receptive than Yi Lingling. Wu Bufan laughed. "Brother Fei, don't worry. We will definitely help you complete this test. How can you go to the Mountain of Blades and the volcano in person? Who else can do this but me?" Luo Dafei nodded. "That's right. It's no big deal. If I can complete the test by just taking a stroll, I will do it." Li Chen smiled. "Anyway, we won't die. Brother Fei, just wait and see. No matter what happens, don't worry about us." Han Fei nodded with a smile. In the end, Yi Lingling was speechless. "Are you all King crazy? Do you really want to go out and be test subjects?" However, when she thought of Han Fei's ranking of more than 3,600, and then thought of her own ranking of 180,000, she decided to go. She couldn't afford to offend this big shot for the time being. Moreover, these good-for-nothings weren't afraid at all. Clearly, they were confident, although they didn't know what this heaven and earth trigram was, and what kind of treasure it was. Since everyone believed it, they could only believe it. Yi Lingling nodded. "I'll go with them." Although Yi Lingling didn't like Chao Mingda and the others for now, she felt more comfortable with them than with Han Fei. After a moment, Chao Mingda carried the flag. Wu Bufan held a smoking pipe in his hand as he flew across the battlefield. Li Chen held the 2 walnuts in his hand and flew up into the air. The 7 of them didn't move fast, as if they were strolling in their own back garden. Pop, half an hour later, Wu Bufan spat out a mouthful of golden smoke and said to Yi Lingling, "Sister, don't panic. It's just the 3rd round of the trial. With Brother Fei here, I can take it down in minutes." Luo Dafei fanned himself and said, "Yes, and we have been wandering for so long and haven't encountered any other teams, which shows that the space in this heaven and earth trigram is still quite large. It seems that it shouldn't be difficult to guard the flag. Maybe we can guard it ourselves." Suddenly, just as Luo Dafei's voice fell, the the surrounding void was locked. In an instant, a large array surrounded them and a void barrier appeared. Chao Mingde was shocked and immediately wanted to run, but a big hand had already slapped towards them. At this time, if they were distracted to attack the void barrier, the opponent would take advantage of it. Although Chao Mingde and the others were all rich kids, no matter how rich they were, they still had the strength to pass the second round of the qualifiers. However, the opponent was too strong. At that moment, Han Fei observed that the speed was 8 times the speed of light. There was no doubt that this person was at the late stage of the star transformation realm. He didn't expect that the first group of enemies he encountered was actually a late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse. BAM, you may not believe it, but with one slap, Luo Dafei disappeared. At that moment, a -1 point appeared on Han Fei's qualification token. Han Fei was a little embarrassed to start with a negative score. Li Qin shouted, "Villain, come at me if you have the guts!" The 2 walnuts in Li Chen's hand began to hover around him. It began to revolve around his body. It turned out that this walnut was not only a handle, but also a protective artifact. Yes, this thing was AF * King Divine weapon. However, the divine artifact also depended on who had it. That late stage, celestial transformation, cultivator's palm, caused the void to collapse. The void around Li Qin distorted, and with 3 layers of void gravity pressing down, Li Qin directly exploded with a bang. On Han Fei's wrist, the number jumped again, -2 points, and the enemy team had obviously rushed out at this time. Only Yi Lingling burst out with a shocking sword chi, but someone had already ambushed Yi Lingling. A strange void blade suddenly turned the space where Yi Lingling was into darkness. The next moment, another point was deducted from Han Fei's wrist, -3 points. As soon as they met, 3 out of the 7 people were gone, and it hadn't even been a second. Sure enough, after 2 seconds, the number on Han Fei's wrist smoothly became -7 points. Chao Mingde roared in the end, "I'll be back in a minute. Wait for me here if you have the guts." Chapter 2358. Han Fei peeped in the distance. This team is not easy to lead. Originally, he thought that no matter how weak Chao Mingde and the others were, it should be no problem for them to hold on for 10 minutes or so. In the end, the whole team was wiped out in just 3 freaking breaths of time. This thing was probably a little unpredictable. Over there, the assembled team looked at Chao Mingde and the others, who were instantly annihilated. Someone said, Isn't this a little too weak?" The others couldn't help but be a little puzzled. They didn't feel anything, even though they had just annihilated a team. But the Peak Star Transformation cultivator frowned and said, "Something is wrong. This team is too weak." According to the principle of balance between the strong and the weak, even the worst team should have at least 1 strong person. It's impossible for all the members to be so weak. Someone couldn't help but wonder, there are 7 people on the other side. There doesn't seem to be a problem. If there is someone else on the other side, why aren't they together? What if they are together? Swish, suddenly, this group of people was a little creeped out. If there was really a strong ambush, wouldn't it be in a place where they couldn't see it? But the Peak Star Transformation cultivator shook his head slightly. "I have already checked. No, but no matter what, let's see how they are reborn first." Someone was surprised. "Will they be reborn here?" The Peak Star Transformation cultivator said, "I'm not sure, so let's see. If they are reborn here, then we can get some points. If they are not here, it doesn't matter. At least we can understand the rules." Han Fei thought to himself, "They must be reborn here because I'm not dead yet." But the point was, what he wanted to know was if there was any special protection at the moment of rebirth. Otherwise, if they were killed as soon as they were reborn, then it would be easy to get points. Just as the Peak Star Transformation cultivator thought. It was not Han Fei's style to get points. Because Chao Mingde and the others died too fast, it seemed that he had to do the next step of the test. As a result, Han Fei had to make a move in the black mist. Still, in the 7-person team, only the 3 strongest people, including the peak star transformation cultivator, suddenly felt their consciousness sink, and the next second they fell into chaos. The other 4 didn't notice it, but suddenly someone felt that he was crushed by a terrifying force and his body exploded. At the moment Han Fei took action, the 2 had merged into one. At that moment, the other 3 regained consciousness, and their first reaction was to resist. But at that moment, they were puzzled. Why didn't their captain react? Unfortunately, the time left for them was too short. The Tao Convergence sword pierced through one person in an instant, and Han Fei's golden fist Mark punched 10,000 times in the blink of an eye. A guy who had just launched an attack was beaten to a pulp. He was punched about 600 times and was finally crushed into pieces. The last person finally reacted. Something seemed to have happened to the team leader and the others. His first reaction was to run away. He wanted to run away by himself. Even if the team leader and the others were killed, they would resurrect by his side. However, how could Han Fei let him go? His full speed was almost 8 times the speed of light, while the man couldn't even reach 5 times the speed of light. Han Fei caught up with him in the blink of an eye. Bang! Under Han Fei's punch, half of this person's body exploded. Then, Han Fei held the God-sealing spear in his hand and directly nailed him to the ground. It flattened a hill on the surface of the earth. However, Han Fei didn't kill this person. Just now, he deliberately let him run for a while. At this moment, he was less than 5 million kilometers away from the place where Chao Mingda and the others died. This range was just within Han Fei's perception range. After sealing this person, Han Fei slowly returned to the other 3. These 3 people fell into a deep sleep. Even if they were at the late stage of the star transformation realm, they would have to sleep for at least 300 minutes before they could wake up. He was no longer the old him who could make the other party sleep longer. After 100 minutes, Han Fei casually attacked and killed a person. After another 100 minutes, Han Fei killed another person. Then, Han Fei used the God-sealing spear and directly nailed the guy at the late stage of the star transformation realm to the ground. They wanted to farm points, and so did Han Fei. The reason why he wanted Chao Mingda and the others to carry the flag alone was mainly to see if there would be any loopholes in the rules during the rebirth. For example, if they were reborn one by one without protection, it would be a circular mechanism to farm points. For example, although rebirth would be protected, how long would the protection period be and whether they could farm points within the rules? For example, now 2 members of the enemy were separated by nearly 5 million kilometers. Then where would the reborn teammate appear? These were all things that the referee didn't say, so he could only test it himself. This test would be completed in half an hour. If other teams came within half an hour, they could only say that they were unlucky. Han Fei guessed that if he wanted 50,000 teams to fight in a chaotic situation, then in theory, the space in this heaven and earth disk couldn't be too large. Otherwise, if he couldn't find an opponent in half an hour, how could he form a chaotic situation? Just as Han Fei guessed, in half an hour, Han Fei was making the God-sealing seal, preparing to build this place into his place to farm points while waiting. Finally, he encountered another team. Then, in theory, his team had encountered 2 teams in an hour, according to the frequency of such encounters. If the other teams were also like this, then the heaven and earth disk should have been full of battles now. If he encountered more than 3 or even 4 teams in an hour, then he basically didn't need to rest and just fought all the time. In that case, whoever got the flag would be courting death. In the second team that Han Fei encountered, someone found that a late-stage star condensation cultivator on Han Fei's side was sealed by the God-sealing spear. Sealed. When they realized that someone was sealed, all of them were horrified. They were all heaven-opening realm powerhouses. Instead of killing the other party, he sealed the other party. What was his purpose? The first thought that a normal person would have was that someone was farming points, so he sealed one of them and then continued to farm points frequently. Gulp! These people were a little dumbfounded. It had only been less than an hour since the start of the game. Someone had already started farming points. Except for the strong big shot in the team, the others felt it was ridiculous. Could the strong do whatever they wanted? However, in the next moment, 3 people in the team fell into a deep sleep. Han Fei used the same trick and killed 4 people in a row. This time he didn't give these people a chance to run away because the previous test had been done, and now he was waiting for the test results. After a while, of the 3 people who fell into chaos, only the strongest one was left, and he was nailed to the mountain by Han Fei. I can't help it. You came up to kill me. Han Fei carried the 3 big flags alone, sitting on the place where Chao Mingde and the others were killed. Suddenly, Wu Bufan's figure appeared in the void without any warning. As soon as Luo Dafei appeared, he looked vigilant as if he was about to use some ultimate move. But he saw Han Fei at first glance, and then he saw that Han Fei was carrying 3F * King big flags in his hands. For a moment he was dumbfounded. Brother Fei, don't talk. Han Fei interrupted Luo Dafei because he noticed that there was a faint golden light on Luo Dafei's body. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Tell me how you feel now. At this time, Li Qin and Yi Lingling appeared one after another. Like Luo Dafei, they also looked at the 3 big flags held by Han Fei in surprise, dumbfounded and shocked. Han Fei directly reached out to stop them from talking and shouted, "Hurry up! How do you feel now?" Wu Bufan hurriedly said, I feel that I seem to have become stronger, and my strength seems to have increased by as much as 50%. Li Qin nodded. Me too, Yi Lingling added. It's my comprehensive strength. I feel that my speed and strength have become much stronger than before. Wu Bufan and Chao Mingde also appeared one after another. They all wanted to talk excitedly, but were immediately stopped by Han Fei. Han Fei said, Yi Lingling, try to attack me. Hurry up. Han Fei didn't ask Luo Dafei and the others to attack because these cowards were too slow. Although Yi Lingling had doubts, she immediately attacked Han Fei when she thought of the test that Han Fei said before. Han Fei didn't resist, but he immediately found that the power wrapped in the faint golden light couldn't cause any damage to Han Fei. It was as if he had hit nothing. Han Fei immediately attacked Yi Lingling. If he couldn't attack Yi Lingling, it meant that he had just been reborn and couldn't take the initiative to attack, but he was absolutely immune to any attack. Sure enough, the result was as Han Fei expected. Han Fei found that his attack hit nothing and completely ignored Yi Lingling's existence. So, after rebirth, there will be a short period of invincibility. But in this state of invincibility, I can't attack or be attacked, and I can only escape? Han Fei thought that if this was the case, it would be much more difficult to farm points. Suddenly, Han Fei thought of something. No, he and Yi Lingling were in the same squad, and the frequency of their qualification tokens was the same. Then what if they were not in the same squad? Han Fei couldn't help but look at the late-stage star condensation cultivator who was nailed by the God-sealing spear. With a thought, he grabbed the opponent's power and attacked Yi Lingling again. But this time, the faint golden light on Yi Lingling's body turned into a faint red light. Han Fei punched Yi Lingling and sent her flying. Yi Lingling seemed to realize something and once again attacked Han Fei. But this time her fingerprints actually fell on Han Fei's body, making a loud clang sound, bursting out billowing ripples, shaking the surroundings. I see. Chapter 2359. At that moment, Han Fei understood, but Yi Lingling didn't. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. It turned out that the rules did not completely restrict the ability to farm points, but increased the difficulty of farming points. Han Fei said, "If I'm not mistaken, people who have just been reborn can't take the initiative to attack. They must be attacked by the enemy before they can fight back. Because you have just been reborn, you are in a protected state. In order to prevent the heaven and earth from farming points, if you are attacked as soon as you are reborn, you can temporarily get an extra 50% of your combat power to prevent the other party from farming points. However, if you guys still can escape after being given an additional 50% of your combat power and are still being farmed by the other party, then you guys deserve to be the ones who are being farmed out. Han Fei grinned. Sure enough, there were still loopholes in the rules. Han Fei looked around at them, and they all stared at the flag in Han Fei's hand. They just died once, but when they opened their eyes, there were already 3 flags on their side. This meant that in the half an hour after they were reborn, Han Fei not only snatched back their flag, but also killed 2 teams with full equipment. They couldn't help looking at the qualification token on their wrists. The score had changed from -7 to 4. Besides, the person below was nailed to the mountain. What did this mean? From Luo Dafei's rebirth to the disappearance of the golden light on his body, it took a total of 5 minutes. In theory, these 5 minutes were the time for Luo Dafei to escape. It was not until 5 minutes later that the golden light on Chao Mengda's body disappeared, and Han Fei said, "Okay, the test is basically over. Every time you are reborn, you will be invincible for 5 minutes. If you are attacked during these 5 minutes, you will have won 5 times your combat power, and you can fight back. But forget it. It doesn't matter if you don't fight back. If something happens, you can use this power to run away." Luo Dafei exclaimed, "Brother Fei, you figured out the rules." Wu Bufan didn't care about the rules. His eyes had been on the flag. At this moment, he said in shock, "Brother Fei, why do you have 3 big flags?" Yi Lingling was also shocked. She knew that Han Fei was the only one left in the team just now. According to the score, Han Fei alone destroyed 2 squads, a total of 11 people. There must be a strong master in their team. Since Han Fei could get the flag, it meant that the enemy's strong master had also been killed by Han Fei. Oh no, it could also be suppressed, such as the one below. But Yi Lingling still had a question. "Captain, you said that I can only fight back if the enemy attacks me, then just now you." Han Fei pointed down. "I borrowed his power to attack you." Immediately, Yi Lingling's heart skipped a beat. Could it be like this? The experts in the top 10,000 were really terrifying. Han Fei stuffed the 3 big flags into Chao Mengda's hand. "Keep carrying them." This Chao Mengda was dumbfounded. "I'm carrying it again?" For some reason, he had a feeling that those who carried the flag would die. Chao Mengda couldn't help but look at Wu Bufan. Wu Bufan quickly took out his smoking pipe and said, "Look, I'm very busy." Chao Mengda looked at Li Chen again, only to see that Li Chen had begun to play with walnuts in his hand. "Alas, it seems that I'm still not proficient enough in using the protective divine weapon." Before Chao Mengda looked at him, Luo Dafei quickly took out his folding fan and clicked his tongue. "Mengda, you look fierce and scary. The responsibility of carrying the flag can only fall on your head." In the end, Chao Mengda helplessly asked another relatively low-key guy for confirmation, and that guy just chuckled, took out a tickler, and pretended that he didn't see it. These people were all smart. Anyway, they would rather die than carry the flag. Otherwise, if they really encountered a strong team, the flag bearer would be the first to be killed. Han Fei said, "Everyone except for Chao Mengda, get ready to exert all your strength. If there is no accident, someone from the team just now should be reborn soon. In the reborn state, as long as you attack them, they will immediately break their invincibility state. But their strength will also increase by more than 50%. So, you must kill them quickly." Wu Bufan and the others were stunned. "We're ranked more than 370,000. Who do we want to kill?" Han Fei's face was dark. "No matter how weak you are, it's still 6 against 1. It's impossible for you to lose. While the other party doesn't understand the rules of rebirth, this is an excellent opportunity to farm points. Otherwise, as long as half a day passes, basically more than 80% of the teams may understand the rules, and then there will be more ways to deal with them. It will be very difficult for you to kill your opponents at will. Li Qin asked, Brother Fei, then what are you going to do? Do you still want to test the rules? Han Fei said, in this team, one person has been sealed 5 million kilometers away by me. I want to see where their teammates are reborn. Everyone, Li Qin and the others couldn't help but gasp. Han Fei was indeed Han Fei, unbelievably fierce. A team that could destroy the 7 of them in 3 seconds was sealed by Han Fei however he wanted. Was he King serious? Han Fei went to the other side alone to suppress what should be the weakest member of the team. But his perception was always focused on Wu Bufan and the others. Originally, Han Fei could have used the Gemini divine technique, but he also wanted to see the real combat power of Wu Bufan and the others. Do they really think that I can't see anything when they pretend to be rich? From the looks of it, everyone, including Chao Mingde, had disguised themselves very well. During the battle, it felt as if they were going to die. However, as they happened to enter the 3rd round of the qualifiers after 370,000, he had to think about it carefully. These few people almost took the last few places. It was a little deliberate. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air on Wu Bufan's side, emitting a faint halo. At the moment this person appeared, Yi Lingling had already launched an attack, and the 2 daggers in her hands turned into a storm of blades. This kind of storm of blades was not the kind in the ordinary sense. Her daggers had the power to break through barriers. The person who had just been reborn was caught off guard, and the pale golden light on his body directly turned pale red, so that he couldn't experience the specific state of rebirth. In a head-on confrontation, his body was pierced through by Yi Lingling in many places. But this person was the first to be reborn. According to the order of death, he was the first person that Han Fei killed, which meant that he was the strongest in this team except for the 3 people that were controlled by Han Fei at that time. According to the classification of strength, he should be in the middle level, which was similar to Yi Lingling's level. He might be a little weaker than Yi Lingling, but not by much. Therefore, although Yi Lingling could pierce through him in the 1st round, she couldn't kill him. At this moment, Wu Bufan raised his big pipe and attacked with his ultimate skill. Maybe he did it on purpose to show Han Fei. The pipe was covered with a blade of mystic light, and the moment the mystic light hit the opponent, the latter was dazed for a moment. It seemed that his soul was shaken, and he was lost for a moment. Then Li Qin also let out a strange cry, and the 2 walnuts in his hands turned into 2 purple gold hammers and smashed at the man. BM, the man's body was smashed, but it didn't explode. It seemed that Li Qin's combat power was too weak. Even if the man stood there and let him hit him, he couldn't move at all. Luo Dafei followed closely behind and swept the man with his folding fan like a knife, cutting the man in half. The others also attacked together, punching and kicking the man and attacking him with all kinds of skills. Han Fei couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Wu Bufan and the others were a bit deliberate, but he didn't intend to expose them. At least, Han Fei was more certain of one thing. Wu Bufan and the others were much stronger than they described. Han Fei clearly saw how they manipulated and controlled their power. No matter how good their disguise was, in the eyes of an experienced actor, how could there be no flaws? 1, 2, 3. 3 people were resurrected in a row, and all of them were on Wu Bufan's side. Because the resurrected were relatively weak, it was easy for them to fight. They are all resurrected over there. Is it because they all died there, or will they only be resurrected next to the strong? After waiting for a while, when the 4th person was resurrected, he was stronger than Yi Lingling and reacted faster. Yi Lingling and the other 5 attacked with all their strength, but they couldn't kill him for a while. Clang, at that time, there was a foppish man who used tickler. He suddenly threw out 3 dice, and they were all 6. As soon as the dice were thrown out, A big bell that looked like a golden bell flew out of the guy who threw the dice and instantly fell on the man's head. Clang, the bell rang, and the man trapped in the golden bell was covered in blood and many parts of his body had burst open. The man who attacked shouted, "Everyone, hit my big bell and kill him." Clang, 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 clang. Sure enough, the man was obliterated. Wu Bufan and the others looked at the man who attacked in astonishment and couldn't help but exclaim, "F***, Zhou Run. How the hell did you come up with such a super ultimate move?" Zhou Run grinned and said, "Haha, I learned it from my father. Amplification dice, sealing bell, don't be jealous." Luo Dafei cursed, "F***, it turns out that you actually have 2 divine weapons. So your ultra-quality tickler is just for show?" Zhou Run said, "It's not for show. Of course. Tickler is used to scratch itches. Are you stupid? How can it compare to my amplification dice? I can borrow different degrees of power according to the number of points I throw." Yi Lingling watched from the side, dumbfounded. Were these people serious? 2 divine weapons? Han Fei looked at Luo Dafei and the others with a smile. No matter how tolerant a foppish man was, he was still a foppish man, although the power that Zhou Run showed seemed to be borrowed from the divine weapons. This was also a kind of strength. Even Zhou Run had this strength, so how could others not? Originally, Han Fei was afraid that if they continued to pretend, they wouldn't be able to deal with them. But now he wasn't in a hurry. He fused with Little Black and Little White and looked over with the yin-yang divine eyes. He guessed that Zhou Run just guessed that he was observing, so he deliberately exposed a little powerful means. But he didn't know that from the beginning. Han Fei had suspected their fundamental strength. Chapter 2360. Sure enough, after Zhou Run made his move, the others seemed to realize something. The next moment, another person was reborn. This person's strength was within the top 100,000, if nothing unexpected happened. The distribution of members in a team was based on different levels. If the previous person's strength was comparable to Yi Lingling's, then this one was not something that Yi Lingling could handle. As soon as this person was reborn, he reacted. When the bell of sealing appeared, many jellyfish appeared within a 10,000-mile radius. As soon as Zhou Run's bell of sealing appeared, that person dodged it by a hair's breadth. At that moment, Luo Dafei shouted, "Don't run, grandson. Watch me enchant the witch." Ha ha ha! At that moment, enchanting laughter appeared within a 100,000-mile radius. The expert, who had just escaped from the sealed bell, suddenly felt as though he had been infected by something indescribable. He didn't know when, but there was a naked woman lying on his back. The woman's long hair hung down, and there was a strong fragrance on her body that seeped into the person's soul. Oh no! Waterbind! God-shattering hand! At that moment, the seawater in the area seemed to be cut apart. That person, as well as the strange woman behind him, shattered in an instant. My strength has increased by a lot. It's actually about 50% stronger. But even though his strength had skyrocketed, to his surprise, when he appeared on another jellyfish, the strange woman had already appeared behind him, and the woman's long hair was drilling into his mouth and nose. Soul explosion. Boom! This person was sure that he had been hit by a soul-killing technique. He wouldn't die in this place anyway. Besides, the strength of his soul seemed to have increased by 50%. Couldn't he just use his soul to suppress this thing? Boom! The woman behind this person was killed by him. This person couldn't help but grin. With his overall strength increased by 50%, he felt that he was extremely powerful now, even comparable to a late-stage star transformation cultivator. At that time, as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, he saw Wu Bufan puffing on his tobacco pipe and spitting out a cloud of golden smoke. The golden mist turned into ropes and spread out in all directions. That person was shocked to find that he seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force. However, this power was not strong enough to completely suppress him. Wu Bufan shouted. Li Qin, why the fuck aren't you going to attack? Li Chen immediately threw out 2 black and 2 colored walnuts, which were not the ultra-quality quelling bazaar walnuts in his hand. The black and white walnuts revolved around the golden rope, turning into countless blades that slashed at the expert. That person still looked down on this kind of attack. He tried to pierce through the blades, but when he pierced through one of the black blades, the white blade would instantly land on his body, ignoring all obstacles, space, time, and vice versa. At this time, the late stage of the celestial transformation realm, which might be at the 3rd step of the heaven-opening realm, was revealed. Although he suffered a storm-like attack, his powerful strength and physique allowed him to withstand it, and he could even barely fight back. Seeing that the 6 of them were unable to suppress this person, Chao Mingda saw that Han Fei still had no intention of doing anything, so he immediately let out a roar. A small seal flew out from his body. As soon as the seal appeared, the space around them sank. The person's speed plummeted, and he roared unwillingly, "Bastard, you're just a bunch of trash relying on a divine artifact." Bam! His speed and strength were restricted. Even if his strength soared by 50%, he was still beaten to death. After seeing all this, Han Fei casually pierced through the guy who had been sealed by him, and at this time the score on everyone's qualification token had become 10 points. At this time, even Han Fei couldn't help but be surprised. It seemed that the key of the 3rd round was still to grab the flag. Killing one person was worth 1 point, and grabbing a flag could get 100 points, which was equivalent to killing 100 enemies. How could it be so easy to kill 100 people in the heaven-opening state? Even if there was a top expert in your team, there was also a top expert in other teams. Besides, there were generally only 7 or 8 people in a team. If the enemy team was all 8 people, they would have to kill 13 teams to get 100 points. This also means that the powerhouses in your team have to defeat the powerhouses in the other 13 teams in order to get points for a flag. Therefore, after truly experiencing the battle in the Discworld, most of the contestants would have this kind of awareness. Killing was not the key. How to get the flag was the key. There might be many people who had already begun to think about how to get the other team's flag. But Han Fei was different. He felt that if he had to kill people, he had to get the flag. According to the rules, as long as he suppressed the strongest person in the other team, it would be enough. He could just camp the corpse and wait for his team members to be reborn, and then he could hunt repeatedly. In 24 hours a day, if he killed quickly, he could hunt 23 times. Each time he would get 6 points, so he would get 138 points. Well, the main thing was that as long as he suppressed more than one team, such as 2 teams, this score could be doubled. What if he suppressed the 3rd team, or the 4th team? Han Fei felt that no matter what, he had to try it first. After a while, Han Fei returned and looked at Wu Bufan and the others meaningfully. "Oh, your strength is not bad. You were killed in an instant just now. Now you can also kill all the opponents if you join forces, right?" Wu Bufan immediately said, flatteringly, "Brother Fei, how can we compare with you? It's all thanks to the divine weapons, the divine weapons." Li Qin quickly said, "Brother Fei, we really can't fight, but we can throw treasures out." Luo Dafei nodded repeatedly. Yes, the last person was too strong. The 7 of us almost failed to suppress him. If he is the strongest person in the team, what should we do? Yi Lingling's heart was also quite complicated now. Except for Han Fei, these 6 people each had a divine weapon. One of them even had 2 divine weapons. What's wrong with this world? Are divine weapons so worthless now? She really wanted to ask, "Do you know how rare and scarce divine artifacts are in the wilderness?" But Han Fei didn't point out. "Okay, keep guarding." After a while, Han Fei put the strongest people in the 2 teams together. Because their team members died at different times, their resurrection times were naturally different. After a while, Han Fei watched Wu Bufan and the others defeat the 6 strong people one after another. However, because Han Fei didn't make a move, Luo Dafei was defeated and was reborn. Han Fei thought, forget it. These guys are very patient. They seem to be sure that I won't lose this game. So they just don't use any more strength. And Han Fei couldn't just give up the points that he had gotten, could he? So he didn't intend to try. At this moment, half an hour had passed since Han Fei met the second team, and he hadn't met the third team yet. He was thinking when the third team would pass by. Suddenly, 2 perceptions appeared in Han Fei's perception. These 2 perceptions came from different directions. Han Fei frowned and said to the others, attention, 2 squads, get ready to fight. Li Qin, get ready to use your divine golden bell to cover Chao Mingde at any time. Others, get ready to sacrifice yourself. Even if you have to self-destruct, you must stall the enemy until I have time to take action. In fact, Han Fei didn't need them to stall the opponents, because even if all the members of these 2 squads were present, they couldn't take the flag from his hands. However, he couldn't take anything lightly. What surprised Han Fei was that the 2 squads' goal was very clear, as if the other party had known that they would come to his side. This surprised Han Fei. Logically speaking, in this world, he was not in his original body. Why did the other party take the initiative to find him? Could it be that the other party had a strong soul power that completely surpassed his own, so he didn't notice it when the other party detected him? But this was impossible. He had already cultivated a sun soul. Even if the perception of someone at the peak of the star transformation realm swept over, it was impossible to avoid his perception. Therefore, the newcomer was a bit strange. From the moment the other party entered his perception range to the moment they appeared in front of him and the others, the speed was very fast. After all, among the participants, only 10% of them couldn't go beyond the speed of light. Even most of the people in the audition had mastered the speed of light. If not for this, how many people could participate in the grand competition of the divine capital dynasty every 100,000 years? Therefore, the participants now could be said to be the elites of the elites. However, to Han Fei's surprise, not only did these 2 teams come with a total of 16 people, but the 2 captains didn't choose to have close contact with him and even deliberately avoided him. Han Fei frowned slightly. There must be something wrong. But the battle was already on the verge of breaking out. Han Fei immediately found the strongest person in the team and directly stole the opponent's consciousness. But then a seashell appeared in the air, and the person who had just stolen the consciousness walked out of the big seashell. Han Fei suddenly realized that the other party knew who he was. The other party had come specially to hunt. But the other party should also know that they probably couldn't hunt him, even if these 2 people were both at the peak of the star transformation realm. Therefore, the only thing they could do was to kill the others around him, and the other was to take away the flag on his side. If he did this, the other party could only be 2 kinds of people. One was from the Heavenly Clan, who came specially to destroy his 3rd round of test. The other was that these people were enemies of Wu Bufan and the others, because they knew that Wu Bufan and the others had teamed up with him and were under his protection. They came to destroy their promotion. However, Wu Bufan and the others had all displayed the characteristics of trash. Even if someone from their respective clans wanted to kill them, they shouldn't have done it in this world where they couldn't even kill people. Therefore, the answer was obvious. The other party was most likely from the Heavenly Clan. Chapter 2361. The moment Han Fei saw that his void stealing technique didn't work, he guessed the origin of these people. These were the heavenly race powerhouses who were specially targeting him in the 3rd round. However, according to the rules, the strong should be matched with the weak. Since they had sent out a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, the other team members shouldn't be very strong. So Han Fei was also curious about why they attacked him. Seeing that he had stolen loneliness, Han Fei no longer looked at these 2 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. It was the same to kill the others first. When the others were killed and only he and these two people were left here, he would see what they were capable of. Did they think they could destroy his game with just two people? Therefore, Han Fei casually stole the consciousness of two ordinary heaven-opening state contestants. However, one of the two people turned into a flower bud and walked out from the other side. The other person, for some reason, was still fighting even though he had stolen their consciousness. Han Fei found that no matter what the reason was, the other party had come prepared. These people all had a way to deal with his void-stealing technique. Just 3 thoughts in a flash didn't waste time, but Han Fei realized how difficult it was to deal with these two teams. It had only been more than 2 hours since the start of the game, and the other party had already come to him. Obviously, they had planned this. At this moment, Han Fei didn't dare to be careless. Han Fei shouted, "Zhou Run, protect the flag." Zhou Run was quite surprised. It was just a face-to-face confrontation, and Han Fei wanted to protect the flag? But Han Fei was the boss, so he had to protect the flag. The golden bell fell and protected Chao Mingda in it. And on Han Fei's hands, the god-slaying gloves had appeared, and the god-thought beads were also activated. Swish, Han Fei launched a Dao Convergence sword strike with all his strength. Han Fei was confident that no one below the star transformation realm could defeat him. After launching this Dao Convergence sword strike, the other party also launched all their attacks. For a moment, dozens of Dao smashed at Wu Bufan and the others. Obviously, they wanted to take care of Wu Bufan and the others first, and then work together to deal with Han Fei. Although Wu Bufan and the others had divine weapons in their hands, the heavenly race's means were domineering. As soon as they attacked, they didn't give them a chance to use their divine weapons at all. In the blink of an eye, only Luo Dafei, Chao Mingda, Li Chen, Zhou Run, and Yi Lingling were left. Li Chen exclaimed, "Holy *T, the other side is so fierce. Even my magical yin-yang walnut can't withstand it." Luo Dafei said, "Prepare to self-destruct." In the end, Luo Dafei even released the ghost-like illusion in an attempt to confuse the other party. As a result, the other party's late-stage celestial transformation cultivator swept out with a single thought, and the female ghost immediately turned into slag. Luo Dafei spat out a mouthful of blood. Someone tried to kill him with one blow. Just when the man was about to kill Luo Dafei with a finger, the void trembled and Han Fei appeared, instantly stealing the opponent's combat power, and then launched a sacrificing punch. Bang! This person exploded. Maybe he had a way to resist Han Fei's consciousness theft, but Han Fei was stealing power this time. Sure enough, this person's body scattered and turned into a cloud of mist. However, once his method of resisting Han Fei was exposed, Han Fei would also find a loophole. The mist turned into a human figure in the next moment, and Han Fei punched again, and this person exploded and died. Luo Dafei was dumbfounded. What just happened? He just said blankly, "Brother Fei is awesome." And because Han Fei was dealing with this person, Yi Lingling's side had already been penetrated. Han Fei stretched out his hand and pointed at the void where Yi Lingling was, and the other party quickly retreated. However, as soon as he retreated, he found himself in front of Yi Lingling again. The Great Path of Time. This person had just realized that he had entered the Great Path of Time and was about to use a method of escape to avoid being caught by Han Fei. But in the next moment, he was cut by a dazzling knife light. Bang! However, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Han Fei had just helped Yi Lingling. On the other side, Luo Dafei and Li Qin, who had just been rescued, exploded into pieces almost at the same time. Of course, these two still remembered what they said. Even if they were to die, they would self-destruct. They had to buy Han Fei some time. At that moment, Han Fei grabbed at the void. The 2 figures were shaken by the impact of the self-destruction and failed to escape immediately. They were caught by Han Fei and were punched tens of thousands of times by Han Fei. Because they saw the divine path, they were directly lost until they were punched by Han Fei. In just a short moment, for people on Han Fei's side were gone, and 4 on the other side were gone. The most critical thing was Chao Mingde and Zhou Run, who were hiding in the Golden Bell at this moment. Well, 2 late-stage star condensation cultivators blocked Han Fei's way, causing a wild bombardment behind him, and the sealed bell was on the verge of collapse. At the moment the Golden Bell disappeared, the 2 late-stage star condensation cultivators on the opposite side had already attacked Chao Mingde and Zhou Run. Han Fei made a prompt decision and chose to replace them. The Tao of Time bloomed. These people may have a way to block his void theft technique, but can't they jump out of time? Not good. There's something wrong with the time here. They discovered that the attacks they had unleashed had disappeared halfway through their attack. Han Fei slashed out multiple Tao as 1 sword strikes, killing 3 people in a row. Of course, the Tao of Time surrounded a total of 5 people. Although these 5 people would die, Yu Lingling on his side was sneak attacked. Bang! At the last moment, the only thought in Yu Lingling's heart was that the other side was so strong, really strong. In that confrontation, she fought with the other side, but she pierced through a shadow, while the other side seemed to be completely unscathed. However, before she dissipated, Yu Lingling seemed to see a strange sort of light and shadow appear out of thin air and slash the shadow. She seemed to see the shadow shatter. Han Fei's face was solemn at this moment. He used time jump, which he learned from the Temple of Time. After the unexpected battle, although the other side's 2 teams killed 6 people on Han Fei's side, they also lost 8 people on their side. Of course, in terms of the overall situation, they didn't lose at all. Chao Mingde's voice was a little trembling at this moment. Brother Fei, what should we do? Han Fei frowned. Now there were 2 ways. One was to carry the flag and run, but the point farm he had just set up would be gone. Wouldn't that be a great loss? At the end of the day, he would be chased crazily, even though he could earn 300 points with the flag. Although the flag could earn 300 points, Chao Mingde's team would probably be wiped out 20 times. If those 7 people were wiped out 20 times, they would lose 140 points. Therefore, it was impossible for them to run. As for fighting, although the other side was targeting his ability, it was impossible for them to run. But the other side only had 2 late-stage star condensation masters and 2 late-stage star condensation masters who could really be called his opponents. One of the Black Shadows, the one who killed Yu Lingling, had been pierced by him. In other words, although there were still 8 people left on the other side, there were only 3 who could really be called his opponents. Han Fei wanted to summon the Blood Fiend, but the next moment, Han Fei realized something was wrong. Although he thought the Blood Fiend was just a puppet, but the rules didn't seem to allow it. For example, if he used a puppet at the peak of the star condensation realm to fight in the arena, the other side would definitely be unwilling. Otherwise, if someone had an emperor-level puppet, wouldn't it be impossible? Therefore, there was no need to think about the Blood Fiend puppet. This made Han Fei's heart sink. However, at this moment, Han Fei had a feeling of palpitation. It seemed that something was wrong. The 2 teams on the other side seemed to be stalling because they didn't seem to be in a hurry to attack. If the other side was not in a hurry to attack, they must be waiting for something. Suddenly, Han Fei realized something. If the other side also had a way to seal him, they were now setting it up. Then, as long as they forcibly sealed him for 12 days, they could kill all the people on his side. The kind that would definitely be eliminated. Han Fei's brain was working fast. Why did they think he could seal him? Divine weapons? Arrays? Or great ways? But no matter what, Han Fei felt at this moment that the other side should have more than just 2 teams. If this was the case, the other side had far more late-stage star condensation masters than these 2. Han Fei frowned. He didn't want to give up this place. This place was the place he prepared to farm points. He planned to use these two teams as the foundation, wait for other teams to pass by, then lure them over, kill them, and continue to farm points. As long as he sealed the strongest in the other side's team, all the passing teams would be equivalent to his ATM. Besides, when Wu Bufan and the others died, Han Fei had already learned about the surrounding environment and was already thinking about the layout. However, he didn't expect that he would be besieged by the Heavenly Clan so soon. If he had known earlier, he would have started to lay out the surrounding environment as early as the end of the first wave. However, it didn't seem too late to lay out the layout now. Han Fei appeared next to Chao Mingde and Zhou Run, put his hand on their shoulders, and a pure black mist flowed out, which was undetectable. Han Fei said, "Give me the flag and get ready to be reborn." Chao Mingde said solemnly, "Brother Fei, don't worry about me. Kill them all." Han Fei was speechless. "Why do you have so much confidence in me?" Chao Mingde immediately said, "Of course, Brother Fei. You even killed the Fighting Dragon Street and I Ching. Do you think you can kill them all?" Haha. Han Fei thought to himself, the ignorant are really fearless. What level are the people in the Fighting Dragon Street? They are just ordinary late-stage star condensation cultivators. What level are they at today? This is a late-stage star condensation cultivator, and it's a premeditated team, specifically targeting me. And there may be more than these two teams. Han Fei carried the flag in one hand and casually took out the big pipe that Wu Bufan gave him. Puff! Huff, under the playful gazes of the two late-stage star condensation cultivators. Han Fei exhaled a long mouthful of golden mist and then said to Chao Mingde and Zhou Run via voice transmission, "Whether we can win or not depends on the two of you. Rush up and self-destruct, Chao Mingde." As for Zhou Run, he didn't talk much. After thinking for a while, he suddenly took out the amplification die, a divine weapon, and rolled it. 666. At that time, a heat wave enveloped Han Fei's body. Zhou Run didn't say what kind of blessing he gave Han Fei. If he said it now, what if someone else caught it? So, let Han Fei experience it himself. Chapter 2362. His speed and strength seemed to have increased by about 5%. Although the increase wasn't much, and Han Fei didn't know whether this was Zhou Run's real strength or his hidden strength, it didn't have a big impact on him now. Compared to Zhou Run, Chao Mingde's reaction was dumbfounded. When did I become so powerful? There are more than a dozen people on the opposite side, and two of them are at the late stage of the star transformation realm. If I rush up and blow myself up, I'll at most blow myself up. I'm not a venerable emperor. How can I really blow someone up? Chao Mingde guessed that Han Fei probably wanted to maintain the dignity of a strong master and didn't want him to see his embarrassing side. After all, this group of people was now targeting him. With this thought in mind, Chao Mingde let out a roar and rushed out while howling. However, when Chao Mingde was charging in a suicidal manner, he didn't notice that when Han Fei put his hand on his shoulder, an invisible and intangible shadow was attached to him. Kill! Chao Mingde knew that he couldn't die anyway, so it didn't matter. A suicidal charge could make him look more heroic. At this time, if he could carry the flag and charge together, his posture would be even more handsome. The powerhouse at the late stage of the star transformation realm pointed in the void, and a beam of energy directly penetrated Chao Mingde. Anyway, one wanted to die, and the other could kill him. With a bang, Chao Mingde blew himself up in the void. Zhou Run tried to attack with that tickle attack, but Han Fei was annoyed. Sure enough, he wasn't any better than Chao Mingde. He was blown up by a beam of light. At the moment when Chao Mingde blew himself up, Han Fei had already burst out and fled at full speed. He even used time acceleration on himself and suddenly reached 7 times the speed of light. However, how could the opponent at the late stage of the star transformation realm give Han Fei this chance to escape? At the moment when Han Fei rushed out, they also rushed out, and their speed was even faster than Han Fei's. Because the time was too short, One of them even felt that Han Fei's speed seemed to be a little slower than expected, because the information given by his family said that Han Fei's speed was about 5 times the speed of light when he burst out with all his strength. Of course, they thought it might be that Han Fei didn't have such a fast burst of speed, or he still had some trump cards that he hadn't used, so they didn't doubt it. Han Fei carried the 3 flags and fled, but the experts of the Tian clan all attacked. Of course, it was not a close combat attack. Han Fei's void-stealing technique was ranked as a top divine technique in the Tian clan. This kind of strange, great technique should not be something that someone at the heaven-opening realm could possess, because they didn't dare to get too close to Han Fei, even if Han Fei's speed was slower than the 2 late-stage star transformation cultivators. They didn't dare to rush up and force Han Fei to stay. Because of this, Han Fei escaped for about 2 minutes. At the 3rd second, suddenly, Han Fei perceived that a brand new squad had rushed out. A team of 8. That's right, the Tian clan had sent out teams of 8. They were mainly led by 3 late-stage heaven-opening realm powerhouses and 3 celestial transformation late-stage powerhouses. The rest were ordinary heaven-opening realm powerhouses, just to make up the numbers, but they had the power to temporarily resist Han Fei's void theft technique. In fact, except for the late-stage star transformation cultivators, everyone else just needed to create an opportunity for these 3 late-stage star transformation cultivators. Han Fei's face turned green. 3 squads were dispatched. They must have used a lot of connections to form such a team. Han Fei was speechless. Wasn't the competition in the past 100,000 years too casual? Everyone just casually used their connections to mobilize a squad. In the blink of an eye, this small team that had been hiding for a long time could not have just been watching from the sidelines. They must have been preparing for something. Sure enough, this squad that had just appeared blocked Han Fei's way and directly took out a bead. Heaven restriction, reincarnation, enigma, barrier. The moment the bead lit up, the surrounding area within 1,000,000 kilometers was instantly enshrouded by dense light and shadow. Around Han Fei, the great Tao of time burst out. He was going to reverse time. However, a sneer came. Han Fei, do you really think we came to deal with you without any preparation? Although the great Tao of time is strong, the space here is chaotic and time is still. You want to reverse time? Don't waste your time. Han Fei sneered. What, just the 3 of you? You want to suppress me with just the 3 of you? Who do you think you are? Ha ha ha, one of the middle-aged men sneered. We know you have a divine skill. Even I Qianqing died in your hands. But do you think we know you have a divine skill? The heavenly clan has stood on the divine East Sea for countless years. Do you think a junior like you can shake us? Spread out and open the heavenly gate. At this time, fighting was actually not important. Even if Han Fei rushed up, he couldn't defeat these people at once. If these people came up to fight, it would be easier for Han Fei to find an opportunity. Therefore, the heavenly clan didn't come up to fight him head-on. Those strong masters of the heavenly clan all held a glowing bead in their hands, and white light gates appeared behind them. These light gates surrounded Han Fei. At the moment the heavenly gate appeared, Han Fei had already taken action, trying to defeat one of them. However, as soon as he took action, before he could rush to that person, he seemed to hear strange murmurs coming from the gate. Puff! Han Fei felt his young soul tremble, and then he vomited a mouthful of blood. His mind was blank for a moment. At that moment, the 3 late-stage star transformation cultivators of the heavenly clan grasped the foundation at the same time. One of them slashed out an axe light, which was sharp as a starry river at Han Fei. One of them wielded a divine long sword in his hand, which penetrated Han Fei's body. Another one grabbed a big golden bowl in his hand, on which Taoist patterns floated, and slammed it down at Han Fei. The sky is dead. The darkness has come. Han Fei didn't break free from the murmurs immediately. He felt that his whole soul was about to explode. At that time, he seemed to have fallen into chaos. But at the moment when the murmurs appeared, the demon purification pot suddenly appeared in Han Fei's mind, and the god thought bead on his neck also suddenly flashed. The two forces immediately pulled him back to reality. But at this moment, it was impossible to avoid the killing moves of the two late-stage star transformation cultivators. Clink puff! Han Fei blocked the axe light with his hands. But his hands were annihilated, and then he was pierced by a sword. He could even feel a great poison bursting out of the sword. In the end, seeing that the big golden bowl was about to press down, Han Fei thought to himself, "This thing can't be suppressed. This thing looks much stronger than Li Chen's golden bell. The Heavenly Clan must have their reasons for choosing to fight in the third round of preliminaries." The only thing Han Fei could think of was that they were afraid that he would enter the stage where he could kill people. The strength that he had shown was enough to make most of the heavenly talents of the Heavenly Clan feel fear. And if they killed him in the third round, then his influence on the Heavenly Clan in the 10,000-year competition would be minimal. Moreover, he wouldn't get any rewards from the 10,000-year competition, let alone get the starting land. Therefore, Han Fei made a prompt decision and wanted to combine the two into one. But the moment Han Fei's face became clear, the late-stage star transformation cultivators of the Heavenly Clan were all shocked. What? How is it possible? How could he get rid of the murmurs of the gods so quickly? When the golden bowl smashed down, Han Fei had disappeared without a trace. In a flash, Han Fei returned to the original place of the battle, but the situation was not very good. The murmurs directly injured him. Heavenly Awakening Divine Technique. When the healing divine light descended, Han Fei slowly recovered. Although he had lost 3 flags, he could still snatch them again. If he was suppressed, then the 100,000-year competition would be over. Sure enough, you can still come back here. You used Chao Mingda's self-explosion to leave your invisible body behind. Do you think you can hide it from us? On this side, as soon as Han Fei recovered, a spatial channel suddenly appeared here. In the distance, another squad of 8 people appeared. Han Fei's face changed slightly. 4 squads. It was obvious that this person was guarding this place specifically to prevent his black fog body from appearing. He had indeed exposed the Gemini divine technique outside the Tomorrow camp, but he didn't expect that this time the other party had done their homework. At this moment, as soon as the teleportation channel opened, the other squads gathered. And from the time he left to his return, and to the time when the other 4 squads came back again, it only took a total of 6 seconds. At this moment, a total of 24 people surrounded him, including 4 late-stage star transformation cultivators. And the other party seemed to have found a way to restrain the void stealing technique, so he couldn't rush out even if he wanted to. Suddenly, Han Fei grinned. "Hey, what a good heavenly race. I underestimated you. I didn't want to expose myself. Haha, since you have 4 squads at once, you can all stay here." At that moment, the void descending technique was launched, and 360 Han Feis appeared within 300,000 kilometers. And each Han Fei was holding a spear in his hand. There were 360 God sealing seals here. When the God sealing seals came down, except for Han Fei himself, everyone felt that their power was instantly suppressed. Except for the 4 late-stage star transformation cultivators, the others lost at least 50% of their strength. And Han Fei was actually not in a good mood. Although he had prepared the God-sealing seals before, they were not prepared to deal with the heavenly race. Therefore, the number he prepared before was actually not much. The ones he prepared later were made by the black fog body with his natal star. Fortunately, his natal star had the ability to accelerate time. In the short span of 6 breaths, it had bought him an hour. That was how he managed to make 360 god sealing spears. Otherwise, with the number of god sealing spears he made before, he could at most weaken their strength by about 10%, and they would be penetrated in a few seconds. Oh no, open the heavenly gate. Open your ass. There's a restrictive spell here. Chapter 2363. Under the effect of the forbidden spell, some people's methods to resist the void theft technique were ineffective. Han Fei's Tao reached the upper limit of what he could bear. His strength was nearly 30 million waves, and his speed was nearly 8 times the speed of light. With such combat power, Han Fei was a real late-stage celestial transformation realm cultivator. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 people who opened the light gate first were blown up by Han Fei before they even had a chance to react. The 4 late-stage celestial transformation cultivators attacked Han Fei with their clones. But how could their clones be Han Fei's opponent? Han Fei suddenly threw out a scroll, and 36 immortal-killing auras burst out. It was just that the power of the evil immortal was actually not strong enough to be used now. During the sea expansion realm, because the immortal aura was the power of the heaven opening realm, it was very easy to use the immortal aura to open the heaven realm. However, once they reached the heaven opening stage, everyone would use this kind of power, and the immortal, baleful immortal would no longer have any advantage. Instead, it was the great Tao Convergence sword that he had created himself. This was a great art that grew stronger as his strength grew. Right now, it far surpassed the immortal, baleful immortal. Of course, even if the killing immortal was unable to kill a heaven opening stage expert, it was still a powerful attack from a heaven opening stage expert. Even if you could block it, you would have to block it first, right? 36 baleful immortals wanted to charge out, but more than 20 of them were destroyed in the blink of an eye. However, in the next moment, many people from the Tian clan were shocked to discover that the evil immortal that had just been defeated actually appeared again. What happened? This attack was clearly annihilated. Not good. There's a problem with the time here. Han Fei thought to himself, sure enough, on the road of growth, any epiphany may be of help in the future. He had only taken a trip to the prophecy house and fought with a random person from the Temple of Time. Yet he was able to comprehend this chaotic temporal frequency. The attack could be repeated 7 or 8 times before it was truly annihilated. Bang, bang, bang. Han Fei had nothing to worry about at this time. He was facing a late-stage celestial transformation realm cultivator, and he also had the void theft technique. There was no reason for him to lose. In the blink of an eye, 3 more people were killed. After all, the Celestials could use their connections to form a team of 8. However, once you have a late-stage celestial transformation cultivator in your team, then the overall strength of the others would inevitably be weaker. Otherwise, if you had a late-stage celestial transformation cultivator, a late-stage celestial transformation heavens chosen, and the others were all at the middle level, then the ratio would be completely out of balance. Even the Tian clan couldn't cheat like this. Therefore, although these 4 Tian clan teams were intimidating, there were only 8 who could truly fight. The rest were all cannon fodder. Han Fei's figure was moving at a super light speed, and the number of people in the 4 squads of the Tian clan was decreasing rapidly. Even with 4 late-stage celestial transformation cultivators intervening, after 60 breaths, only 6 people remained. It was not difficult to deal with these people. Although they all had a way to temporarily avoid his void theft, they didn't give Han Fei a chance to fight just now. Now Han Fei was willing to give them a chance to fight him head-on. Han Fei withdrew the God-sealing spear array. With a thought in his mind, the God-sealing spear array spun and took off, approaching the center. It was just like how the divine beast in the god's ruins, who had disguised itself as a deity, had used this method to force itself into that small valley. The 300,000-kilometer sealed area quickly shrank. At the same time, Han Fei grabbed a god-sealing spear from the void and crazily replenished the array. Not good. This kid's sealing technique is strange. Not only can he seal a single person, but he can also form a sealed space. We can't be surrounded by this seal. Once we are sealed by him, the consequences will be unimaginable. At that time, the four of them looked at each other and immediately attacked one of them together. They realized that within the range of the seal, even if they self-destructed, it would be useless, because after self-destructing, they might still be reborn here. In that case, wouldn't he become a reward machine for Han Fei? And because these people were too powerful, they came to find Han Fei from the beginning, so they didn't have time to study the rules of this round of qualifiers. They didn't know that after being reborn, they would have an invincible state, and their strength would increase by as much as 50%. Therefore, their current thought was to quickly break and exit. As long as they could run out, then, according to the rules, Han Fei wouldn't be able to farm points. Unfortunately, when they made this decision, it was already too late. If they had done this the moment they were sealed by the God-sealing spear, they would have been able to rush out. But now, why would they? After all, this God-sealing spear was a great technique created by the gods, and it used heaven and earth Tao patterns. The level of this great technique was frighteningly high. How could they leave so easily? In the gods' ruins, 5 God-sealing spears could even suppress divine beasts. Did these people think they were stronger than divine beasts? However, Han Fei was also afraid that they would self-destruct. Once they self-destructed, then when they were reborn, even with the help of the God-sealing spear array, he might not be able to completely suppress them. Therefore, Han Fei deliberately damaged part of the God-sealing spear, creating the illusion that it had been penetrated by them. And Han Fei himself seemed to reach out and grab the void, as if he wanted to repair the damaged gap. But in fact, Han Fei used the Gemini divine technique again, and his body of black fog quietly ran to the place where they were. Still, all of a sudden, 3 of them were directly hit, because they didn't expect that Han Fei would use the Gemini divine technique again at this time. At the critical moment when their strength was suppressed and they were in a panic to break the array, even if they had the mind to pay attention to Han Fei's body of black fog, Han Fei was not a weak chicken. How could he find it? How embarrassing would that be for me? After stealing the consciousness of 3 people in a row, the 4 squads of the Heavenly Clan were completely destroyed. However, Han Fei was not very happy, because in this round he couldn't really kill these people, so he just suppressed them. Instead, his trump cards were exposed one by one. In fact, when they were escaping just now, Han Fei wanted to fish for the big golden bowl of that person just now. That thing seemed to be very powerful. But then he thought that if he did that, wouldn't even his trump card, fishing for time, be seen through by the opponent? In short, Han Fei was not in a good mood now. Even if he won, he didn't feel there was anything to be proud of. After all, what did he rely on? The Void Temple, the Demon Purification Pot, and all his divine weapons. He should be able to defeat a late-stage star transformation cultivator. Besides, he had now turned into a star, and even the earth veins had been molded. All he needed to do was to form a star core. The distance from the late-stage star transformation cultivator was getting closer and closer. After 100 minutes, the strength of these people was completely suppressed, and they no longer had the power to resist. Han Fei pierced through the last late-stage star transformation cultivator and immediately went to carry the lost flags back. Then he gathered these people together and suppressed them with the God-sealing spear array. Anyway, his God-sealing spear array had been exposed, so there was no need to hide it. Han Fei raised his hand and looked at his hand. It showed that he had a total of 31 points. His team was wiped out in 2 rounds as soon as they appeared. Fortunately, his team had wiped out 6 teams. After a while, the 2 teams that had been suppressed by Han Fei before were reborn one after another and were wiped out by Han Fei one after another. Their score became 43 points. Then Luo Dafei and the others were reborn one after another. Wow. Shit. That's the late-stage star transformation cultivator? When Chao Mingde was reborn and saw this scene, he couldn't help but be shocked. "This, Brother Fei, did you really kill them all?" Chao Mingde couldn't believe it. Before he died, he thought that Han Fei was going to wipe them out because he wanted to save face. But now it seemed that it was the other team that was wiped out, and Han Fei, as always, pinned them together with the pride of a winner. Wu Bufan and the others were thrilled. They had made the right decision to follow their boss. He was too strong. He was too damn strong. More importantly, during their rebirth, Han Fei had not only killed 2 teams, but he had also killed 2 more teams in passing. Yi Lingling was in a strange mood. Is this what it feels like to win without doing anything? She felt that the 3rd round of the qualifier was too difficult. She'd basically died as soon as she met the enemy. She had never been so aggrieved since she was a child. She thought that she was already very powerful. But it wasn't until today that she realized that in the divine capital dynasty, in the 10,000 years competition, she was just a clown at the mercy of others. But this man in front of her was really strong. Han Fei was also a little tired now. Looking at Wu Bufan smoking his big pipe dejectedly, he looked at the 6 powerhouses who were pinned together with a shocked expression. Han Fei couldn't help but take out his big pipe and take a puff. "This place has been sealed by me. After these people's team members are reborn, their strength will be suppressed by my formation and will be greatly reduced. You guys just stay here quietly and farm points for me. Let's farm for 7 days and 7 nights." Han Fei thought that in such a chaotic situation, it was simply too precious to have a place to farm points. But he didn't dare to take it lightly. If there were a few more such teams, once there were so many that he couldn't even farm points, it would be difficult to deal with them. This time, with the lesson just now, Han Fei was preparing for a rainy day. He was constantly practicing the God-sealing spear, ready to take action at any time. He felt that he had already passed the 3rd round of the competition. Assuming that he only caught this group of people to farm points, he could farm 960 points a day. After 12 days, it was impossible that he couldn't even pass the 3rd round. Chapter 2364. 1 day later. Han Fei underestimated the mobility of the strong masters in this world. In just 1 day, his God-sealing spear array had been filled with 18 captain-level powerhouses. This meant that in less than 11 hours, Han Fei had defeated another 12 teams. This method was actually very simple. In fact, Chao Mingde and the others just carried the flags and ran around as long as they didn't exceed a range of 5 million kilometers. As a result, a lot of people came to grab the flags. Now, Chao Mingde and the others didn't wander around with the flags because they were bullying the weak teams almost all the time. Because so far, the 18 captains of the teams had been pinned together, and 119 team members were taking turns to be reborn. Almost every few seconds, 1 person would be reborn. Because of the powerful sealing power of the God-sealing spear array, even the reborn would be invincible for 5 seconds. But once they entered the battle state, the invincibility state would disappear. Besides, the invincibility state was passive. As long as someone attacked you, you would be no different from ordinary people except that your strength would be maintained by 50%. However, under the continuous addition of the God-sealing spear array, the additional 50% of combat power was directly weakened. Therefore, even if someone was reborn every moment, they still couldn't stop the crazy bombardment of Chao Mingde and the others with the divine weapons. Occasionally, some people would be reborn at the same time. If Chao Mingde and the others couldn't beat them, Han Fei would take action. Most of the time, Han Fei was studying whether he could set up a big killing array. Although he could set up many big arrays, even with heaven and earth Tao patterns. But these big arrays couldn't kill so many heaven opening state powerhouses. Most formations drew power from the world itself. But his God-sealing spear array had already drawn too much power. If he set up another killing array, this place would probably immediately become dazzling and attract more people. Therefore, after studying for a long time, Han Fei couldn't come up with a solution. He could only prepare for battle all the time. Just like this, on the first day, at the 12th hour, the other places were fighting crazily, but Han Fei and the others were still bullying the weak teams. Chao Mingde said, I killed another one. The flag is gone. I have a total of 1,928 points. Damn, so many points equivalent to 19 flags. Of the 1928 points, there were a total of 8 flags. Of the 12 teams that came later, a total of 5 teams still had flags. Wu Bufan waved his big pipe. Golden threads burst out from the divine tool and cut one person to death. He said nonchalantly, 52nd place, I feel like we can already pass the 3rd round of qualifiers. It's only the first day, and we've already gotten such a high score. I'm afraid that even if the other teams used all 12 days, they wouldn't be able to get such a high score, right? However, Han Fei didn't think it was a big deal. 50,000 flags were refreshed every day. If each flag was worth 100 points, it would be 5 million points. The flags would be converted into points every day, which meant that the flags would only be concentrated in the hands of a small number of people. Even if those strong teams could only get 200 points a day, they would still get 2,400 points in 12 days. All the fights would eventually devolve into a contest of strength. In addition to the normal hunting and killing, it could be said that after 12 days, there would probably be a few teams that would still be able to survive. It would not be a problem to say that there would be at least 2,000 teams left. Therefore, although Han Fei and the others got 1,928 points on the first day, if they didn't make progress or were killed by others later, they probably wouldn't be able to pass the 3rd round of qualifiers. Therefore, in any case, Han Fei felt that he had to hold on for one more day and get more points. A day and a half later, the number of God-sealing spears had increased to 25, and there were 3 new flags in their hands. Yes, 3 more flags. At present, their team had a total of 3,278 points. At this moment, there were too many people who had been sealed. Everyone else, including Han Fei, was fighting all the time. If they were a little slower, someone who had been reborn would rush into the God-sealing formation. Just when Chao Mingde, Wu Bufan, and the others were killing wildly in the God-sealing formation, Han Fei encountered a special team. The captain of this team scared Chao Mingde and the others. Zhao Qinglong? Wu Bufan's face changed drastically, and he said to Han Fei via voice transmission, Brother Fei, let's go. We can't get more points. Zhao Qinglong is a powerhouse on the divine list. Li Qin said, Brother Fei, go first. I'll stop them for you. Yi Lingling's face was pale. At the beginning of the 1st and 2nd rounds of qualifiers, she glanced at Zhao Qinglong from a distance. He was a powerhouse on the divine list. It was said that in the entire sea realm, only the divine land of the Middle Sea would issue the divine list when it felt necessary. This was necessary. Usually, when the rankings were updated, new people were born, and experts were rising up. When the number of 1,000 years had passed, the divine list would be brought up for discussion. But in fact, under normal circumstances, as long as a powerhouse on the divine list had not proved his Tao, he would generally not be removed from the list. This kind of powerhouse was too strong. There were only 10 people on the authoritative list issued by the divine land of the Middle Sea. While Chao Mingde and the others' legs were trembling, Han Fei didn't feel anything. Originally, the Pan world was full of killing, and it was possible to meet anyone. Although this Zhao Qinglong was on the divine list, Han Fei had learned about him from Fengyu. The so-called divine list was actually a list of powerhouses who were under the Tao proving stage and were about to prove their Tao at any time. It was a comprehensive evaluation based on age, Tao, comprehensive strength, and battle records. Of course, those who could be on the divine list were definitely the strongest of the strong. It could be said that as long as they were given some time, they would be able to prove their Tao. However, no enemy would be invincible. Just like Han Fei himself, although he had the void-stealing technique, if he only had the void-stealing technique, he would have been defeated countless times. when so many trump cards were concentrated on him. When Han Fei saw Zhao Qinglong again, he didn't have the so-called fear. He even had the desire to fight. On the other side, Zhao Qinglong's team was also a team led by Zhao Qinglong to win without doing anything. This group of monsters looked calm when they saw Han Fei's team. Even though they had found that Han Fei seemed to be farming points here, they only showed a little joy because they felt that this place had become theirs. And when Zhao Qinglong saw the god sealing spear array, he was slightly shocked. This sealing technique must be very extraordinary to be able to suppress so many powerhouses. Besides, when he was paying attention to Feng Yu, he seemed to have heard news about Han Fei. Although he didn't pay attention to this person, it seemed that this person had a close relationship with the Phoenix Divine Clan. At this moment, he knew that he was actually a little late. The other party had been setting up for so long, and this sealing formation should be very perfect. Although Zhao Qinglong was confident that he was the strongest in this 100,000 years competition of the Divine East Sea, he would not underestimate anyone. So, Zhao Qinglong showed a faint smile and said, "Give me the flag." Chao Mengda carried the flag, and when he heard Zhao Qinglong say that he only wanted the flag, he thought to himself, is it that simple? He immediately grinned and was about to speak. But suddenly, a hand was put on his shoulder, and he heard Han Fei's voice sounded lightly. "How embarrassing it is for me to give it to you, just because you said so. I won't give it to you." Han Fei felt that his desire to fight had been aroused. This was a rare opportunity to fight with a powerhouse on the divine list, and it was the best way to measure his true strength in the heaven-opening realm. How could Han Fei give up so easily? Oh, that's interesting. Zhao Qinglong smiled faintly and was not in a hurry to fight. He stepped on the void and walked towards Han Fei. "I only wanted 3 flags, but you don't want to give them to me. Then I also want this land to earn points." Han Fei was not afraid at all. "Just because you are on the divine list and have a big mouth, don't you?" Hiss, Chao Mengda Wu Bufan. And the others were confused. Wait, why is Han Fei inexplicably arguing with Zhao Qinglong? Aren't we doing a good job earning points? According to this situation, we can earn at least more than 3,000 points today, and now we have only earned half of it. How much are 3 flags worth? Is it worth fighting with Zhao Qinglong just for this? However, Chao Mengda and the others didn't understand. When Han Fei and Zhao Qinglong met, there was a vague feeling of confrontation, and he could even find a sense of familiarity from the other party. When Zhao Qinglong and Han Fei got closer and closer, Han Fei finally realized why he had a vague sense of familiarity. It was the feeling of the Invincible Road. Has Zhao Qinglong embarked on the Invincible Road? However, Zhao Qinglong didn't notice this because Han Fei had too many great Das. What he was running now were the commonly used Tianqi Great Path, Time Great Path, and Space Great Path. Therefore, other complex great paths covered up the aura of the Invincible Road, so Zhao Qinglong didn't notice it. However, although Zhao Qinglong didn't notice the collision between the Invincible Road, he just didn't like Han Fei. But for some reason, he just didn't like Han Fei. He even had a feeling that he wanted to kill Han Fei. This was also the first thought that came to Han Fei's mind just now. He didn't like Zhao Qinglong and wanted to fight with him, or even kill him. Zhao Qinglong smiled and said, "You look very annoying." Han Fei grinned. "Same to you." Chao Mengda's figure had already slowly retreated. He felt an inexplicable killing intent, and his heart jumped to his throat. These two were about to fight. Zhao Qinglong raised his hand, and there seemed to be a dragon roar. It was a cyan longsword. When the sword stabbed out, it was as if a big star had fallen, dazzling. This sword strike gave Han Fei the feeling of an exploding star, blooming in the darkness, sweeping away the surrounding darkness. And Han Fei was not to be outdone. When he raised his hand between 2 fingers, the great paths ran parallel, and the great paths merged into one. When the sword shot out, the mountains and trees behind him were horrified, and the void was surging like a tide. Seeing Han Fei's sword strike, Zhao Qinglong's eyes couldn't help but flash with a glimmer of brilliance. This person's strength seemed to be not bad. This sword strike contained a complex great path, and when it was fully activated, it actually made him feel threatened. This feeling was like fighting with a powerhouse of the same realm as him. But this person was obviously not. Chapter 2365. The moment the two of them started fighting, Chao Mingde and the others were all dumbfounded. They thought to themselves that they were doomed this time. Why did Han Fei have to provoke Zhao Qinglong? Clang, an ear-piercing sword chime resounded. Under this blow, although Han Fei was still standing proudly, his body was pushed back thousands of miles by the terrifying force. Kacha! From Han Fei's fingers to his palms, and then to his entire arm, many cracks suddenly appeared. Han Fei also sensed that there seemed to be a special energy that was trying to break into his body and wander around to destroy his body. How could Han Fei let him do that? He activated the meridian of origin elimination and blocked the energy in his body, forcibly suppressing the strange and domineering force. Then, divine light descended, and the wound on Han Fei's arm healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. And Chao Mingde and the others who were watching were directly sent thousands of miles away. Yes, a heaven-opening state expert was sent thousands of miles away by the aftermath. So strong. Han Fei's face became extremely solemn. If he was right, this person was the strongest he had met on the way, apart from I Ching. No, this person was even stronger than I Ching. I Ching was just unkillable. He was fast and had a lot of means. But this person's combat power far exceeded I Ching's. Sure enough, there were no weaklings on the invincible path. With just one blow, Han Fei judged that the opponent's strength was even stronger than the strongest state he could exert. Because his body had reached its limit, he could not use all his combat power, nor could he fully exert the great path. But even so, he could still exert the super strong combat power of a late-stage star transformation cultivator. However, even a late-stage star transformation cultivator was far inferior to Zhao Qinglong in front of him. Han Fei could almost conclude that if he could not exert all his strength, he would probably not be able to defeat this person. The main reason was that there was a gap between him and Zhao Qinglong. He had not even reached the star transformation stage, while the other party was at the peak of the star transformation stage. It was not just a gap of one realm, but two. On the other side, Han Fei was pushed back thousands of miles. However, the faint smile on Zhao Qinglong's face gradually faded away at this moment, because although Zhao Qinglong easily took the Great Path Convergence Sword, he was still forced back more than 30 miles by this force. This surprised and puzzled him. Judging from this person's aura, he had just turned into a star. However, could a person who had just turned into a celestial star be able to withstand his azure dragon sword chi? A person who had just turned into a star was almost safe and sound after receiving his sword? A person who had just transformed into a star could push him back more than 30 miles? Not only was Zhao Qinglong shocked, but Zhao Qinglong's teammates and Chao Mingde on Han Fei's side all widened their eyes at this moment. Chao Mingde exclaimed, F***CK, Brother Fei. Brother Fei can actually compete with Zhao Qinglong? Wu Bufan, gulp. So strong, but Brother Fei seems to be no match for it. Luo Dafei and Li Chen looked at Wu Bufan as if they were looking at an idiot. Are you King stupid? If Han Fei could rival Zhao Qinglong, wouldn't Han Fei be able to enter the divine list? Although Han Fei was arrogant, he was not stupid. With just one strike, he knew that he was no match for Zhao Qinglong in terms of frontal strength and overall strength. The only things he could use against Zhao Qinglong were the void, theft technique, and the God-sealing spear. However, at this moment, within the God-sealing spear formation, 3 people had already been reborn at the same time. Wu Bufan wanted to rush in and kill those people, but the people in Zhao Qinglong's team blocked in front of Chao Mingde and the others. The people in Zhao Qinglong's team said coldly, "I gave you face, but you still want to earn points? Are you dreaming?" Wu Bufan, damn you, do you know who I am? Believe it or not, I can get someone to kill you with a little money. Luo Dafei, get out of my way. Go to the Fighting Dragon Street and ask around. Do you know who Brother Dafei is? Get out of my way before I get angry. Luo Dafei and the others' quarrel didn't affect Han Fei and Zhao Qinglong. In fact, Luo Dafei and the others just looked away. Looking at the two of them, they felt a little uneasy and had to find something to do. Zhao Qinglong said lightly, "Interesting. Your physique is very strong, reaching the late stage of the star transformation realm, or even stronger. Your strength and comprehensive combat power have also reached the late stage of the star transformation realm. But your realm is much worse. If you completely grow to the peak of the star transformation realm, you may be a top heavenly talent comparable to Feng Yu." Han Fei didn't speak, quickly thinking in his heart which one could deal with this person, the void theft technique or the god sealing seal. However, Zhao Qinglong didn't give Han Fei much time to think. He just said, "It just so happens that there is still some time before the major competition starts. It's not a bad idea to practice with you." The next moment, Zhao Qinglong disappeared, and what Han Fei saw was 10 times the speed of light. Oh no, it seemed to have exceeded 10 times the speed of light. Han Fei's heart trembled, and he remembered what Senior Brother Azure Dragon said. The heaven opening state was generally within the range of 10 times the speed of light, unless some special heavenly talents had comprehended a special power. Now, the speed shown by Zhao Qinglong didn't seem right. It was a speed that almost exceeded conscious reaction. Han Fei's first reaction was to steal Zhao Qinglong's consciousness. But at that moment, Han Fei was still sent flying tens of thousands of kilometers away. It was too fast. At the moment when his consciousness was just born, Zhao Qinglong had already appeared in front of him, and his attack almost fell on him. However, Han Fei's physique was not bad. This was just an ordinary blow from Zhao Qinglong. There was nothing to be proud of even if he blocked it. After all, he was knocked back more than 20,000 kilometers by a punch. And the next moment, Zhao Qinglong just shook his head, and an eye suddenly opened between his eyebrows. Even though his eyes fell into chaos for a moment, the third eye suddenly opened, and Zhao Qinglong seemed to come back to his senses at once. Han Fei was surprised. Did he come back to his senses so quickly? This seemed to be a bit beyond his expectations. It didn't even take a second, right? It was just an instant. Then, Zhao Qinglong once again burst out with a terrifying speed, more than 10 times the speed of light. This time, Han Fei stole Zhao Qinglong's speed with a thought. Zhao Qinglong staggered in the void, and when he was about to hit the ground, his body suddenly regained its balance, and he tapped the ground with one foot. His whole body continued to rise into the air. Rumble, a mountain range, collapsed directly, and Zhao Qinglong rushed towards him without slowing down. However, Han Fei clearly found that he seemed to have stolen a special kind of speed, a kind of weird speed that was like a dragon leaping through the sea of stars and shuttling through the void. Han Fei only felt that this didn't seem to be the power of the humanoid race, because he seemed to see the shadow of a dragon. Han Fei subconsciously used it, but he still felt a little embarrassed. He subconsciously stepped on the ground, and his body also burst out with a weird speed. He dodged Zhao Qinglong's sword by the skin of his teeth. But Zhao Qinglong came too fast. He didn't care that his sword missed. Then he slashed back with his sword and turned into countless shadows. With Zhao Qinglong's speed, Han Fei didn't completely avoid it, so he stole Zhao Qinglong's great path again. And this time, Han Fei felt that he was touching an extremely weird great path. It was a dark shadow. A pair of scarlet eyes glanced at him, and Han Fei instantly bled from his eyes, nose, mouth, and mouth. Before he felt the great path he had stolen, the great path had already broken free. His void theft technique was actually blocked by the other party? How is this possible? No, there is another existence in his body. Han Fei clearly knew that even if the target was a venerable emperor, he could steal a kind of power. However, the scene that he had just witnessed seemed to be somewhat inconsistent with the power that Zhao Qinglong had displayed. The power bursting out of Zhao Qinglong's azure dragon sword had the power to purify darkness. But what he saw just now was a little dark and evil. Why were these two completely different kinds of Daos in Zhao Qinglong? Either Zhao Qinglong was both good and evil, a Buddha on one side and a demon on the other, which was why there was such a weird extreme. Or Zhao Qinglong also walked on the great path of yin and yang, like Han Fei. Han Fei had this illusion, or there was another existence in his body. The reason why Han Fei felt that there was another existence in his body was that he had seen the same scene before. That was what the azure dragon looked like when he saw it for the first time in the ideal palace. At that time, it was this pair of dragon eyes that could make him unable to move. However, according to Han Fei's understanding, Zhao Qinglong couldn't be a member of the dragon clan because so far the dragon clan had not been born. Senior brother Azure Dragon was a member of the dragon clan. If there was a strong member of the dragon clan walking outside, how could he not know? Wait, Han Fei suddenly thought of one thing. It was something that Senior Brother Azure Dragon and the others had talked about several times after the meeting. A black dragon in the dragon clan had defected, and with Senior Brother Azure Dragon's level, how could the black dragon be simple if he mentioned this matter? How could he be at the venerable emperor level? This also explained why Han Fei couldn't steal the other party's great path at all. At the same time, it also explained why Zhao Qinglong was able to break free the moment he tried to steal his consciousness. Although Han Fei was arrogant, he was not arrogant enough to fight against a venerable emperor. Han Fei was blocked by a sword. This time he only stole the power of this sword and slowed down the surrounding time. Stop! Han Fei was almost pierced by the sword, and golden blood flowed out of his chest. But he didn't care at all. He raised his hand and said, "Stop, okay, you win." Chapter 2366. Although Han Fei was reckless, he knew when he should be reckless and when he shouldn't. The moment he fought with Zhao Qinglong, he already knew that he couldn't defeat this person head-on. Originally, Han Fei wasn't afraid at all. Even if he couldn't defeat Zhao Qinglong, he could still run away. But now Han Fei guessed that there was indeed a dragon in Zhao Qinglong's body, a black dragon that escaped from the dragon clan and a mysterious emperor-level powerhouse. How could he fight under such circumstances? Han Fei said, "I have to admit that I'm no match for you for the time being. So if you want this flag and this land, I'll give it to you. But Zhao Qinglong, I'll come to you for this land." At this moment, Han Fei pretended that he couldn't beat him, but he was still very tough. He knew that if there was an emperor in Zhao Qinglong's body, the god-sealing spear definitely couldn't seal this guy. Although this person hadn't fully revealed his speed, he was definitely not slower than Yi Qianqing. And if the black dragon burst out, as long as it lent a little power to Zhao Qinglong, it could even directly break the god-sealing spear array. As for the void-stealing technique, even without the black dragon, it couldn't trap Zhao Qinglong for long. This person walked the path of the invincible realm, so his will must be extraordinary. He was also a peak star transformation expert and a powerhouse on the verge of Tao proving. Even if Han Fei could steal his consciousness, it would only be for a very short time. During this period, Han Fei was sure that even if he let Zhao Qinglong beat him, it seemed that he couldn't kill him. Therefore, in general, Han Fei found that it was completely meaningless to fight Zhao Qinglong head-on. Moreover, he was not strong enough and might even be beaten up. So, of course, it was better to leave first. When he completed the birth of a star core, his strength would definitely soar. When he met this person again, he might have some confidence. Han Fei seemed to be admitting defeat. Zhao Qinglong took a deep look at Han Fei. On this trip, he only knew that Feng Yu and Wu Shuang were here, but he didn't pay attention to Han Fei at all. But after a round of confrontation, he found that this person was extremely strong. The point was, for some reason, he had an inexplicable hatred for Han Fei and a desire to kill him. Zhao Qinglong glanced at Han Fei indifferently and said indifferently, "In the next round, I will find you." Zhao Qinglong didn't chase after him because it was useless. He didn't plan to kick Han Fei out now. He was waiting for an opportunity to kill Han Fei. Han Fei glanced at Chao Mingde and the others and said, "Let's go." "What are you looking at?" Chao Mingde and the others suddenly shuddered and rushed to Han Fei desperately. Then they left this damn place without any hesitation. So far, they had gained a total of 3,278 points. After running for a long time, Chao Mingde and the others exclaimed, F***CK, we are the ones who have challenged the experts on the divine list. Bo! Wu Bufan spat out a mouthful of golden smoke at Chao Mingde and said, "Save it! It's Brother Fei who is challenging Zhao Qinglong. Who do you think you are? He can crush you with a single finger." Chao Mingde said, "I'm talking about Brother Fei. Although Zhao Qinglong is arrogant now, it's hard to say who will win if they are in the same realm." Luo Dafei echoed, "That's right. Zhao Qinglong is only at the peak of the star transformation realm. If Brother Fei is given more time, he won't be able to defeat the experts on the divine list." Li Qin said, "Today he offended Brother Fei. Zhao Qinglong's days are numbered." Looking at the rich kids around who were bragging about Han Fei, Yi Lingling felt terrible. What kind of people are these people? They are the legendary experts on the divine list. The divine list. The super powerhouses that stood tall in the sea realm were all extremely talented. Each of them was blessed with great luck and had countless trump cards. You want Han Fei to fight those kinds of people? Yi Lingling didn't mean to look down on Han Fei. In fact, she felt that Han Fei was already very strong, super strong. In the few moments when he fought with Zhao Qinglong just now, to be honest, she couldn't see clearly at all. But it seemed that the two of them had fought back and forth. And to be able to fight back and forth with the experts on the divine list, it was obvious how strong Han Fei was. However, she felt that no matter how strong Han Fei was, it was only relative. In this world, there were ordinary people, heavenly talents, peerless heavenly talents, monstrous characters, and existences that she couldn't understand. In Yi Lingling's view, Han Fei was between those peerless heavenly talents and monstrous characters. Perhaps he was a character that she couldn't catch up with in her lifetime, and Zhao Qinglong, a powerhouse on the divine list, was an existence that she couldn't understand. Even if Han Fei didn't say anything, from the actual situation, everyone knew that Han Fei couldn't beat him. Otherwise, with Han Fei's character, how could he just throw away the points that he had worked so hard to get? Of course, Yi Lingling and the others were also shocked that at the end, even though Han Fei had lost, his tone was not weak at all. It seemed that he was still challenging Zhao Qinglong, and the key point was that Zhao Qinglong didn't pursue the matter, which made them raise the level of Han Fei's strength again. Han Fei said, "Okay, it's just a loss. With our points, there shouldn't be much problem for us to advance. But in order to ensure that we advance, we still have to hunt normally." Hunt normally? Everyone felt that Han Fei's definition of hunting normally was very vague. Had Han Fei ever hunted normally? Obviously not. From robbing the heavenly clan repeatedly in the wilderness, to bravely breaking into the Fighting Dragon Street and making a lot of money, and then setting up the array to earn points, when had he ever hunted normally? However, they didn't know that after fighting with Zhao Qinglong, a flame was ignited in Han Fei's heart. He didn't know how long it had been since he had experienced this feeling of being completely defeated. Whether it was physique, speed, strength, soul, magic, etc., the other party was not weaker than him. This person was stronger than him. Han Fei suspected that in addition to physique, The other party's speed, strength, and soul might be more than 50% higher than his. Just now, Han Fei was 100% sure that Zhao Qinglong didn't use his full strength. Just now, Han Fei was 100% sure that Zhao Qinglong didn't use his full strength, or even 70% of his strength. What was even hidden in the other party's body was an emperor black dragon, while what was hidden in his body was an old turtle that only knew how to sleep all day, and it was also a heaven-opening state cultivator. Of course, he didn't mean to look down on the old turtle. If the old turtle's original body was found, he could return to his original body and recover all his memories. He probably wouldn't be weak either. But this time, Han Fei realized that there was always someone better than him. If he had opportunities, so did others. Others' opportunities were not necessarily weaker than his. The Black Dragon was so powerful that even Senior Brother Azure Dragon had to remind everyone to pay attention to it. But that dragon was willing to hibernate in Zhao Qinglong's body, which meant that Zhao Qinglong himself was not simple. He had the ability to make the Black Dragon stay in his body. Therefore, this time, Han Fei easily realized that he was not strong enough. Or he realized that on the road of cultivation, there would constantly be strong masters appearing, and those were mountains that needed to be trampled. However, as Chao Mingde said, Han Fei didn't think he would lose if they were in the same realm, and he didn't even need to be in the same realm. As long as he could completely withstand his full strength, he didn't think he would necessarily be weaker than Zhao Qinglong. In the eyes of others, Zhao Qinglong was an incomprehensible and unreachable peak. In Han Fei's eyes, this person was just a hillside on his road, and what he had to do was to flatten him. An hour later, Han Fei and the others encountered a team carrying a flag, which should have just been in a fierce battle. Such a team dared to carry a flag, so their strength was naturally not bad. After meeting Han Fei and the others, this team didn't see that Han Fei and the others had a flag. One reason was that they were not interested, and the other was that they were vigilant. The strong master in the other team said, "The road is facing the sky, so let's go our separate ways." As soon as this person's voice fell, Han Fei's figure disappeared. Under the effect of the great path of time, Han Fei's speed soared to the fastest 5 times the speed of light. The strong master's heart skipped a beat. What the hell? Do you think I'm afraid of you? However, just as he was about to make a move, he met Han Fei's eyes. The next moment, he only felt that he was in a trance, and then his body was penetrated by a variety of complex, intertwined forces of the great path. BAM! BAM! Boom! Han Fei killed this person with 3 consecutive blows. The first blow, the great path of convergence. The second blow, 300 invincible fist marks as fast as a punch, penetrated the opponent's soul. The third blow, the infinity water self-detonation. Of course, this was also because the opponent was not yet at the late stage of the celestial transformation realm. After all, not every team had a late-stage celestial transformation realm powerhouse. Among these 50,000 teams, only less than 5,000 had a late-stage celestial transformation realm powerhouse, which was less than 1/10 of the total. This could be seen from Han Fei's ranking in the second round. In the second round of the qualifiers, Han Fei passed 2 tests of the late-stage celestial transformation realm and was finally ranked 3,868th. From this, it could be roughly inferred that there were not many late-stage celestial transformation realm contestants, only less than 5,000. If he wasn't at the late stage of the celestial transformation realm, facing Han Fei, it was just a matter of how long he could last. In the shocked eyes of Chao Mingde and the others, a team of 7 people was completely wiped out by Han Fei in a total of 5 minutes. *CK, Wu Bufan said to the others via voice transmission, "Brother Fei is angry now. Don't provoke him. He can do whatever he wants. We'll just follow him." Chapter 2367. Seeing that Han Fei was angry, Wu Bufan and the others were very obedient along the way. Until the last hour of the next night, Han Fei had already picked up 4 flags. During this period, he defeated 9 teams, and Qiao Mingde and the others didn't even need to do anything. Han Fei finished everything in a moment. But this was not the end. In the last hour of the next day, under the leadership of Han Fei, they found a team of late-stage celestial condensation cultivators with 5 flags. He still didn't ask Qiao Mingde and the others to do anything. In fact, it might be useless for them to do anything. Anyway, it took Han Fei 43 minutes to defeat the opponent's late-stage star condensation powerhouse and finally picked up 5 flags. So on the next day, Han Fei's final score was 4,234 points. And on the third day, Han Fei's mood seemed to have improved, and everyone was relieved. In the next 10 days, Han Fei no longer set traps. On the 5th day, Han Fei found Feng Yu. Han Fei didn't go to Feng Xingliu. It was useless to find him. If the people of the Heavenly Clan came again, he might not be able to suppress them again. Who knew if Zhao Qinglong would release the Heavenly Clan he had sealed? Besides, Feng Yu was the top powerhouse on the Heaven list. She was very powerful. Anyway, Han Fei didn't care about the battles after the 3rd round of preliminaries. It wouldn't be a big problem if he followed Feng Yu and got a few more flags. Of course, these were not the fundamental reasons why Han Fei went to find Feng Yu. The first thing he did when he saw Feng Yu was to say, "I saw the black dragon." The black dragon? Feng Yu didn't react for a while, but she recalled carefully. Wasn't it the first time she heard of the black dragon at the party in the Void Temple? Wow! Although Feng Yu was surprised, she didn't show it. Where? Did he transform into a human form to participate in the divine land of the East Sea? Han Fei said, "He is hiding in Zhao Qinglong's body. A few days ago, I accidentally met Zhao Qinglong, fought with him, and found the black dragon hiding in his body." Han Fei believed in his judgment, the feeling brought by the void-stealing technique. Han Fei was sure that it was definitely the dragon. The failure of the void-stealing technique made Han Fei more convinced that it was the black dragon. Feng Yu asked, "Are you sure?" According to Senior Brother Azure Dragon, that black dragon was an Emperor-level master, right? Moreover, he's probably a powerful Emperor realm master. 90%. How should he deal with this matter? Should he inform Senior Azure Dragon to come over and get rid of the black dragon in his body? Also, this fellow of all the names he could think of? You have to call me Zhao Qinglong. I don't think Senior Brother Azure Dragon can stand it. Feng Yu said, "We have to discuss this with Senior Brother Azure Dragon. If the black dragon is really hiding in his body, then who can be his opponent in this 100,000 years competition? Yes, he probably doesn't know that I've discovered his secret. But there's one more thing. This person is walking on the invincible path, and so am I. So, in theory, the two of us are natural enemies. If I'm not mistaken, he really wants to kill me right now." Feng Yu wasn't surprised by this, and she said, 300 years ago, Zhao Qinglong had just ascended to the divine list. It's just that he didn't take the same conventional promotion path as me. He didn't participate in the Divine Land Tournament in Zhonghai. He had directly killed Wang Feng, who used to be ranked 10th on the divine list. So, I've never fought with him. Han Fei thought of something and directly killed a powerhouse on the divine list. He suddenly appeared out of nowhere 300 years ago. It seemed that Senior Brother Azure Dragon said that the black dragon betrayed him only 500 years ago, right? So, in terms of time, it was completely correct. On the 12th day, because the distance between them and the Phoenix Feather Squad was not too far, the team's journey was smooth sailing. However, Han Fei didn't see Feng Xingliu all the way. God knew where this guy was fighting. On the 12th day, Han Fei's team score reached 7,204. In the following days, they actually didn't fight for many points. Anyway, Han Fei felt that this score was definitely enough for them to pass the 3rd round of the qualifiers. When the last hour passed, Han Fei suddenly had an idea. When he opened his eyes again, he had already appeared outside the Black Tower. Chao Mingda, Wu Bufan, and the others came out with Han Fei. Chao Mingda exclaimed, "It's so exciting. This is only the third round of the qualifiers, and it's already so exciting. What will the fourth round of the qualifiers be like?" Wu Bufan scoffed. "I really don't understand. Why are there so many rounds of qualifiers? What a headache." Li Qin asked. "In the next round of qualifiers, I'm afraid that someone will die, right?" Luo Dafei nodded. "It's very likely. If so, at this time Luo Dafei," and the others looked at Han Fei. "At this time, of course, they should turn to Han Fei for protection." Anyway, in the third round of the qualifiers, many teams knew that they were with Han Fei, so there was no need to hide it now. However, Han Fei said, "You guys, if you can get me the essence blood of divine beasts or ferocious beasts, I can consider doing you a big favor. This includes, but is not limited to, helping you survive, preventing your enemies from assassinating you, or even killing you. If the grade of this blood essence is high enough, I can even help you get rid of your competitors, or even the main bloodline's competitors." Wow! Chao Mingda and the others were stunned. Han Fei could offer 1,000,000 kilometers of resources before. Even if he wanted to kill his opponents, he would still need 500,000 kilometers of resources. But now, Han Fei proposed to exchange the essence blood of divine beasts or ferocious beasts. This was AF** King, great opportunity. They were a big clan that had been passed down for countless years. They might not have anything else, but their heritage was extremely rich. Han Fei's words made Wu Bufan and the others tempted. "Even if I have to steal it, I must steal the essence blood of a divine beast." Han Fei reminded everyone via voice transmission, "It's best not to let others know about this. In addition, I don't want all the essence blood. I only want the good ones. Don't give me those inferior, ordinary, and insignificant ferocious beasts and divine beasts." Chao Mingda nodded. "Brother Fei, don't worry. I may not be able to get the resources, but this thing is usually used as refining materials. I think I can do it." Wu Bufan nodded. "Although the essence blood of high-level divine beasts is hard to find, Brother Fei, if you want it, I can definitely get it for you. Brother Fei, wait for me. I'll look for it when I get home later." Yi Lingling looked at Chao Mingda and the others, who looked surprised and surprised. It seemed that Han Fei had said something to them. "Sure enough, I'm not on the same team as them. I just accidentally got assigned to the same team. This kind of team relationship should be disbanded from now on." At this moment, Luo Dafei said, "Miss Yi, you are an itinerant cultivator in the wilderness. You should already know how terrifying this competition is. If you want to compete for a ranking here, you don't even know what kind of terrifying opponents you will encounter. Miss Yi, if you don't mind, how about being a guest of the Luo family? In terms of resources and welfare, it should be much better than in the wilderness." Wu Bufan laughed. "Haha, Miss Yi, you can also join the Wu family. The treatment will be good, but I'm not lecherous." Chao Mingda nodded. "Miss Yi, you can consider this matter on your own. If you want to stay in the Divine Capital Dynasty, you can contact us." Han Fei's heart did a flip. In fact, Wu Bufan and the others were very smart. The forces in the family all belonged to the family, and they didn't trust many of them. Yi Lingling had shown that she was not weak in the past few days. When he didn't do much, Yi Lingling showed her strength. If he could recruit such a master, she would be a good confidant. Even in the Divine Capital Dynasty, it was not easy to find such a person. Han Fei also nodded slightly. "Their proposal is good. We can consider it." Hardly had Han Fei said that when Feng Xingliu ran over and patted Han Fei on the chest. He said helplessly, "Why didn't you come to me? I'm exhausted these days." Han Fei smiled. "What's wrong? Were you robbed?" Feng Xingliu looked disdainful. "How could I have been robbed? Of course, I was the one who robbed others. Sigh, but to be honest, these people are too ferocious. For the past 12 days, I've been fighting almost every hour. Unfortunately, it's not easy to earn points. I only got 4,212 points. I thought you would come to me. I waited for you for so many days, but you didn't tell me if you were angry or not. Han Fei patted Feng Xingliu's shoulder and said, "Not bad. Why would I come to you? Of course I trust you. Do you think I don't think you can pass the third round of qualifiers?" Feng Xingliu scratched his head. "Although it's a bit complicated, you're right. I don't need you in the third round. Hey, how many points does your team have?" Feng Xingliu was familiar with Han Fei. He grabbed Han Fei's wrist and looked at it. Immediately, Han Fei felt his breath stagnate and his body stiffen. Han Fei patted him on the shoulder. "You'll get used to it." Feng Xingliu. Right at this moment, they heard the referee say, "Everyone, the third round of the preliminaries has ended. Based on the data from your qualification tokens, according to the data on your qualification tokens, we've set a qualification threshold of 2,378 points. Any team with a score lower than this will be eliminated." "Wow, so high? Wait, how many people will you eliminate with such a high score?" "It's not fair. Some teams are so strong that one person can beat an entire team. Isn't the third round unfair?" For a moment, there was a lot of discussion in the field. After a while, the referee waited for these people to finish shouting and then said in a cold voice, "If someone fights a team alone, it only means that none of you will be able to enter the next round. Even if you do, you'll be eliminated later. Besides, the number of teams eliminated this time is not as many as you think. It's just average. A total of 27,689 teams have been eliminated this time, with a total of 207,661 people. It's just a little more than half." When the referee gave the specific data, many people fell silent. In terms of fairness, it was relatively fair. In fact, it was relatively fair. During these 12 days, they had enough opportunities to hunt and earn points. Unfortunately, they couldn't earn more points with their strength, so they were eliminated. There were weaklings in their team, but there were also weaklings in other teams. So, they had no one to blame for being eliminated. Only those who thought they were strong felt that they should be able to enter the final arena. However, the referee told them that they were just eliminated early. Otherwise, they would still be eliminated if they met people of the same level in the arena, so it was meaningless. However, the referee told them that they were only eliminated in advance. Otherwise, if they went up to the arena and met someone of the same level, they would still be eliminated, so it was meaningless. Someone shouted, "I'm ranked 39219, but there are still 160,000 people left. Why do I have to be eliminated in advance? Even if I can't beat them, I shouldn't be ranked like this." The judge said indifferently, the 100,000 years competition is for everyone to see. He needed heaven opening experts of all levels, not just experts. Otherwise, why don't we just let late stage, celestial transformation, realm, cultivators participate? Why do we need so many people to participate? Chapter 2368. Just like what the judge said, the 100,000 years competition was not for a small number of people to watch, but for everyone to watch. By then, those who passed the 4 rounds of preliminaries and entered the arena would be carefully selected. However, the final selection would definitely not be based purely on the rankings. There would probably be a suppression in strength. Of course, this was just speculation for now. That way, the arena would be exciting. Whether they hadn't turned into stars or had turned into stars, they could all see it clearly. Otherwise, if it was really a battle between experts at the late stage of the star transformation realm, to be honest, 80% of the people couldn't even understand it. They could only sit in the auditorium in a daze, which was of no benefit to their growth. The judge said, "All participants that have passed the 3rd round of the preliminaries, please gather here in 7 days for the 4th round of the preliminaries." Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look, the ranking on the qualification token has changed again." Hearing this, Feng Xingliu quickly looked down, only to find that her ranking had changed to 4,066. Han Fei also looked down, only to find that his ranking had changed to 398th. Chao Mingde said, "Ha! I've become 131120. Li Chun was surprised. "I'm 140215. Wu Bufan said, "I'm 141123. Yi Lingling also looked down, only to find that her ranking had changed to 98,021. Her ranking had almost doubled, which surprised her quite a bit. Feng Xingliu twitched the corner of her mouth. In the end, Han Fei still became 300-something, but his ranking dropped while her ranking rose. Thinking of this, Feng Xingliu was in a good mood. "Hey, how about we pick up Qing Qing? She has been fighting for 12 days. Let's go and have a meal without Feng Yu." At this moment, Feng Yu said to him via voice transmission, "Do you want to talk to Senior Brother Azure Dragon, or should I?" Han Fei said, "Senior Sister, you go. I had an epiphany during the battle with Zhao Qinglong, so I need to cultivate in seclusion for a few days." Feng Yu was surprised. "Only 7 days, and you also want to cultivate in seclusion? Even if you have the Tao of Time, how long can you accelerate in 7 days?" Han Fei said, "But we can't waste these 7 days, right? In any case, it doesn't matter who goes. The main thing is whether or not Senior Brother Azure Dragon wants to attack Black Dragon." Feng Yu nodded her head slightly. "All right. No wonder you've grown so quickly. You're really racing against time." Han Fei, are you listening to me?" Feng Xingliu shook Han Fei. He knew that Han Fei was talking to him telepathically, but he didn't know who he was talking to. For some reason, Han Fei's divine soul seemed to be abnormally strong. Wherever his divine will reached, he couldn't detect it, which made Feng Xingliu quite frustrated. At this moment, Han Fei also felt a gaze. It was from Zhao Qinglong. But Han Fei didn't care. He was sure that the Black Dragon wouldn't detect the voice transmission between him and Feng Yu. This dragon had hidden himself very well. If he dared to reveal his divine sense in this place, did he really think that the fairy capital dynasty was a bunch of trash? Therefore, Han Fei and Feng, you could chat freely without being monitored by the Black Dragon. Zhao Qinglong glanced at Han Fei, then turned around and left, but his eyes were very aggressive. Han Fei couldn't help but feel that when people on the road of invincibility met each other, one of them would die. Unless the gap was too big, they wouldn't even have the intention to kill. And people like Han Fei and Zhao Qinglong seemed to be at loggerheads. Even if Zhao Qinglong didn't find out that Han Fei was on the road of invincibility, he still had a strong killing intent towards Han Fei, which proved that this was also the destination of the road of invincibility. In the end, Han Fei didn't accept Feng Xingliu's invitation to eat hot pot, mainly because his time was too precious now. Zhao Qinglong had a killing intent towards him, and this killing intent forced him to work hard to grow up. On the natal star, Han Fei's natal star had been precipitated. Now, in the earth veins he created, a large amount of earth vein spring had been born. With enough energy support, Han Fei crazily accelerated the birth of a star. Half a day later, on the natal star, more than 6,000 volcanoes began to erupt, and a large expanse of black clouds enveloped the sky of the natal star. This time, Han Fei completely returned Yi Qianqing's star core to its original form. Because it had only been a short time since the last time, this time, Han Fei's natal star had almost become a star burning with raging flames. Of course, this wouldn't affect the earth vein. He just needed to comb the surface a little. At this moment, Han Fei could sense that his natal star was filled with terrifying energy. This energy manifested as burning on the surface, but manifested as the impact of energy scattered in the earth vein underground. Because Han Fei had already shaped the earth vein, there were no crustal movements or earthquakes for the time being. 3 days later, above the star sea, on the fire curtain of the altar, the god of war sent a message. "Wow, it's only been a few days, and you've already finished the meridian molding?" Han Fei responded, Senior God of War, I have to be fast. I met a strong person on the Sea God list who is on the road of invincibility. I have a hunch that I will fight him one day. The God of War asked, Didn't I tell you to stay low for now? How did you get into trouble with a strong person on the divine list? Han Fei said, Who knows when trouble will come? Now that I've finished the meridian molding, the energy on my natal star is overflowing. I feel that it's time to give birth to a star core. To give birth to a star core, the star core should be constantly compressed, right? Are you going to suck back all the energy that has been released? On the fire curtain, the God of War responded, You've taken someone else's star core. How do you feel when you take it? Han Fei said, It contains extremely strong power of the Great Way, which is extremely repulsive to me. I must first erase the aura of the Great Way in the other party's star core before I can use it. The God of War said, That's it. The star core is a core with a foundation, and the core of the star core is the Great Way. To be precise, you first have to condense the Great Way crystal, use it as the foundation, and then cover it with energy. After a long period of accumulation and the accumulation of countless resources, you'll create a star core full of terrifying energy. Han Fei said, Got it. The problem is that I've taken too many Great Ways. Which Great Way should I condense the Great Way crystal with? The God of War asked, Haven't you taken a Great Way? A unique Great Way that belongs to you? Han Fei thought about the huge mirror at the end of the road behind the Jade Bridge. Until now, he still hadn't figured out what his great Tao of self was. If he had to use his Great Way as the foundation of the star core, it would be a bit difficult. Han Fei asked, Do I have to use my Great Way? My other Great Ways are also very strong. The God of War said, It doesn't matter after the star core is born because the star core can fit with any Great Way. However, at the beginning of the star core's birth, the choice of its foundation is more important. Only your Great Way is most suitable for you. You can condense multiple Great Way crystals, but these Great Way crystals should only be attached to your Great Way. In this way, your star core will fit perfectly with you. Once the foundation is born, it will automatically absorb energy. You can engrave arrays to speed up the energy absorption, or you can let nature take its course. Anyway, from that moment on, your star core is born. Of course, you have to continue to prepare enough energy and vitality to prevent the star core from absorbing too much energy. The stronger you want to become, the more energy and vitality you need. At that time, most people will have insufficient vitality and reduce the absorption speed of the star core. Otherwise, you will overdraw your vitality, even the vitality of your own body. Overdraw vitality. The God of War said, Yes, the birth of a star core requires enough energy and vitality as support. These two are the fundamental power that the star core can maintain the operation of a star. Otherwise, do you think all the strong people have to find the origin of the world? The origin of the world is the external manifestation of energy and vitality. Han Fei couldn't help but take a breath. Energy is easy. I can get other people's star cores to provide energy for me. But how do I get vitality? On the fire curtain, a few spots appeared, and Han Fei seemed to be able to see the God of War's speechless expression behind the fire curtain. The God of War said, You can get a star core from other people's natal stars. Can't you deprive them of vitality too? Don't underestimate the vitality of these natal stars. If you can condense all of them, they are no worse than the world origin fruit. Think about it. The lifespan of a natal star is at least millions of years. As long as you don't mess with it, the vitality contained in a natal star will only be longer than that of its master. Of course, the vitality of different people's natal stars is different for you. You can't use your own to measure others. Han Fei immediately thought of something and quickly sent a message. Senior God of War, how do I deprive vitality? The God of War said, I'm curious about how you obliterate the great Tao contained in the enemy's star core. Han Fei thought to himself, how can I tell you that? I must keep the demon purification pot a secret, or what if you covet it too? Han Fei immediately said, my great Tao can obliterate the enemy's great Tao, but I haven't fully understood what my great Tao is yet. In the distant sea of stars, the god of war was puzzled. A great Tao that obliterates the enemy's great Tao? Is there such a great Tao? The god of war replied, uncertainly, I can teach you this technique first, but it will be very troublesome to teach it to you from such a long distance. I'm very weak now. You have to be considerate of me. Later, you can sacrifice a creature of the heaven opening state to me. Keep the natal star for me. Don't take it away again, preferably within 10 years. How about that? Han Fei said, Senior, let me have a try. If everything goes well, it may not even take 10 years. Han Fei thought that if the time of death appeared in the 4th round of the preliminaries, then not only could he retrieve the enemy's body, but he could also get the enemy's star core and the vitality in the natal star, which could greatly speed up the birth of his own star core. Sure enough, the god of war replied instantly, okay, boy, you must keep your word. Don't give me the star core after you take it out. Just take it. Chapter 2369. Above the sea of stars where Han Fei was, a green light suddenly appeared. After this green light appeared, it directly rushed into Han Fei's body. Han Fei was suddenly enlightened, and a great technique gradually emerged in his mind. Vitality condensation technique. Heaven opening supreme quality. Introduction. This is a technique to condense vitality, but this technique goes against the way of heaven. To use this technique, you must suppress all the rules within the range and condense the vitality within the range with your own vitality. All the creatures within the range will feel their vitality fading. When the vitality is completely condensed, everything within the range will wither and cannot be reborn. The gathered vitality has nothing to do with lifespan. Swallowing it by force will cause the body to explode and die. After the body explodes, the body will turn into all things and evolve into infinite creatures. Deduction, not deductible. Note 1. This has reached the current deduction limit of the demon purification pot. If it deduces again, it will involve the mysteries of heaven and earth and will damage the demon purification pot. Note 2. Frequent use of this technique will strengthen your own hellfire, which may increase the danger of your tribulation. Seeing the introduction of this vitality condensation technique, Han Fei understood that from an ethical point of view, this was not a good technique. It only existed to quickly deprive vitality, and the note said that frequent use of this great technique would increase the danger of the tribulation. It seemed that if he wanted to take a shortcut, he had to pay a price. Using the life force contained in other people's natal stars to feed one's own was a shortcut. This shortcut not only saved countless troubles, but also a lot of time. However, while it was convenient for him, it would have some impact on him in the future. The specific manifestation might be that the heavenly tribulation might be more terrifying. However, at this point, Han Fei didn't have so much time to learn from those old monsters and spend thousands or even tens of thousands of years to condense vitality and slowly condense it into a star. If he really did that, he might have been killed halfway. He didn't deserve to be Zhao Qinglong's enemy, because if he gave him such a long time, he would have long become a Taoist and killed him easily. Han Fei continued to ask, Senior God of War, I haven't figured out the great path of self yet. How can I use it? The God of War replied, You can use it however you want. Moreover, you don't even understand your own great Tao. You don't even know what your great Tao is. I'm so far away, so how would I know what your great Tao is? Oh, I'm tired. It's very tiring to deliver things from so far away. Let's talk next time. Phew, the curtain of fire was extinguished. War God had gone offline. In fact, Han Fei was quite curious about how the God of War could send him something from such a long distance. In fact, he didn't even understand the concept of long-distance chat. He had asked the God of War once, but the God of War said that this was something he didn't know, and that he wouldn't understand it even if he told him. However, Han Fei felt that this kind of remote chat must be transmitted through some kind of signal, right? But didn't the signal require speed? Could signals be transmitted regardless of distance and time? If the signal had speed, how fast would it have to be? Wasn't this a little too **king fast? He could even reply in seconds. Thinking of Zhao Qinglong's speed, Han Fei couldn't help but think that it was more than 10 times the speed of light. This speed alone was already beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, wasn't it? Right now, he was using the space Great Tao and the time Great Tao. The fastest he could reach was 7, 5 times the speed of light. How was he going to continue to exceed the speed of light? He had to ask a senior sister if she had any insights, so that he could use it as a reference. After chatting with the God of War, Han Fei also got the answer he wanted. Now, everything was ready except for the east wind. This east wind was Han Fei's ego Great Tao, the mirror at the end of the path behind the Jade Stone Bridge. In fact, in the past hundreds of years, Han Fei rarely thought of that mirror. The specific reason was that his current physique could no longer bear the power of this great Tao after it fully erupted. Therefore, he felt that he was not in a hurry, and there was no need to study the problem of that mirror first. But now, in order to have a star core, he needed to use the power of his ego Great Tao and condense the Great Tao crystal, which was a bit troublesome. Condensing the Great Tao crystal was not troublesome, as long as there was enough aura of the Great Tao. Just like the God's crystal, it was just a piece of cake for the gods. But at present, Han Fei couldn't clearly understand what his ego Great Tao was. Therefore, he was thinking about how to condense the Great Tao crystal. On the Jade Stone Bridge, Han Fei lay in the middle of the bridge for a while and looked down. In the projection, there were himself in front of and behind the bridge. On this bridge, he was not himself, but countless versions of himself. He had yin and yang sides, multiple sides. Han Fei had long understood the meaning of this. Han Fei walked down the Jade Stone Bridge and came to the road behind. There was nothing much to understand about this path. It was just a difficult and dangerous path. It was rather strenuous to open it up. But this road was mainly to draw out this mirror. At this moment, Han Fei walked to the end of the road in boredom. In front of him, there was an infinitely high mirror. In the mirror, Han Fei could see himself and even the road behind him, but he couldn't see the Jade Stone Bridge behind him. My ego Great Tao? Han Fei shook his head. Why did I take such a road? Is this my road? Han Fei clenched his fist and punched the mirror fiercely. However, when his power fell on this mirror, nothing could shake it. Han Fei looked at the mirror wall. No matter what he did, his reflection in the mirror didn't move at all. If this is a mirror, why didn't he move when I moved? Is it me in the mirror? Han Fei sat cross-legged. Everything was ready except for the east wind. If he wanted to condense the crystallization of his ego Great Tao, he must first know what his Great Tao was. Han Fei had a hunch that if he couldn't crack this mirror, he might not be able to produce a star core for a while. After staying here for a year, Han Fei had tried all kinds of methods. He tried to communicate with himself in the mirror with his soul, tried to penetrate it with his yang spirit, tried to integrate other great Taos, tried to practice great techniques again, and tried to smash with knives and axes. However, the mirror remained motionless, and so did his reflection in the mirror. At this moment, Han Fei was imitating himself in the mirror. The two of them maintained the same posture and state, looking at each other. They looked at each other for a long time. Suddenly, Han Fei activated his ego Great Tao. All this time he had been using his Tao seed to activate his Tao Tao. This was the only evidence that he was sure that he existed in the ego Great Tao, because this Tao seed was inexplicably born by himself. When crossing the Jade Stone Bridge and opening this road, Han Fei could always activate the Tao seed, so he knew his current strongest state. Now, Although he could fully activate the Tao seed, he couldn't bear this power. At this moment, standing here, he tried to activate all his power in his ego great Tao. In fact, he had tried this method countless times. But every time he couldn't fully activate all his power because he couldn't hold it. So Han Fei wondered if it was because he hadn't been able to fully activate all his power, so he couldn't break this mirror. If he could fully exert all his power in his current state, would he be able to break this mirror? Han Fei seemed to have made a decision. With a thought, he left the Jade Stone Bridge and left the Origin Sea. In the Sea Expansion Realm Participation Area, Zhang Daqian suddenly opened his eyes because he knew that his main body had come. Han Fei took the risk to come to Zhang Daqian's place. Of course, he came with the body of Black Fog. Then little Fatty popped out with a swish, turned into a ray of light, and disappeared between the eyebrows of Han Fei's main body. For a long time, Neza had been leading the nine-tailed mantis shrimp and simp, while Zhang Daqian had little Fatty and little Gold. With the incarnation, they had a lot of space to gain experience. But with Han Fei's main body, they could only lie on the Life Star and sleep. At this moment, little Fatty had already reached the peak of the Sea Expansion Realm. After all, it was not short of resources. It only took a moment for Han Fei to return to the Life Star again. Little Fatty appeared on the Life Star. It seemed to have guessed what Han Fei was going to do. Little Fatty couldn't help but say, "Are you going to commit suicide? Although I can help you be reborn, I only have 5 chances left. Every time I use them, there will be 1 less chance." With a thought in Han Fei's heart, all his resources gathered here, piling up into an endless mountain of resources. Han Fei said, "Some things must be done once, and some hurdles must be overcome once." With that, the Jade Stone Bridge appeared. Han Fei walked on it, and then little Fatty didn't know what happened. Coming to the mirror wall again, Han Fei took a deep breath. Even if he couldn't bear all the power, it shouldn't be a problem for him to explode and collapse. After all, this was his Life Star, and all the power of his main body wouldn't disappear and could be regathered. At most, it would take him some time to make up for it. And now, there should be less than 3 days left in the outside world. Even if he died and was resurrected, it would take him less than 2 years. This was different from the previous resurrections. In the past, there were no resources for resurrections, and they had to be naturally absorbed from the void. But now he had plenty of resources, and he was on his own Life Star, so the resurrection speed would be very fast. Who? Han Fei took off the God Thought beads and activated the Tao. Suddenly, his strength was 3 times as strong, and his body was immediately filled with infinite power. However, this was not enough. Han Fei made up his mind and increased his strength by 4 times. Bam! 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 At that moment, Han Fei's flesh and blood exploded and even began to collapse, turning into a paste. However, Han Fei was still conscious at this time. 5 times. Crack, crack, crack. When Han Fei shouted 5 times as strong, he punched the mirror in front of him with his last consciousness. However, Han Fei thought that he was punching his own fist, but in fact he was just punching out a mixture of flesh and bone fragments. Kacha! There seemed to be a cracking sound, but Han Fei didn't see anything. At this time he had already exploded. At the last moment he seemed to feel a flash of golden light suddenly illuminating him. Chapter 2370. Scorching. The moment Han Fei regained consciousness, he felt unusually scorching, as if his body was flowing with magma-like blood and he was in the star core. No, Han Fei didn't even feel such pain in the star core. It was a kind of scorching soul. However, in this scorching heat, Han Fei seemed to feel that his blood was boiling. He felt that every part of his flesh, blood, bones, and meridians was emitting unparalleled heat. Will I experience this in my rebirth? Why didn't I feel it before? Wait. Han Fei was shocked. That's not right. He suddenly remembered that at the last moment, he seemed to have heard the sound of something shattering. The shock and the inexplicable surprise in his heart made Han Fei quickly come back to himself. However, when Han Fei's consciousness returned, he suddenly found that he was still standing on the road behind the Jade Bridge. Yes, this road was opened up by him. How could Han Fei not recognize it? Han Fei saw that a road appeared in front of him inexplicably, but this road scared him a little. It was a strange and dazzling road. It was different from the road he was standing on. The road in front of him seemed to be a shadowy world outlined by many strange lines. Han Fei could see the rocks, and the undulating wilderness on both sides of the road. However, what formed their existence seemed to be a corroded ruin. Among the mixed light and shadows, there was a sense of death, evil, pain, and even an inexplicable fear and silence. Different from the creepiness on both sides of the road in front of him turned out to be a yellow mud road. There was fog on the road, but the fog was not thick. Han Fei could vaguely see that at the end of the road there was an extremely high gate, which was countless times larger than the bronze gate at the entrance of the Void Temple. Therefore, even though he might be very far away from the gate, Han Fei felt that he could see it, and even felt that it was not very far away. Unfortunately, because of the faint fog, Han Fei couldn't see the specific appearance of the gate, nor could he see if there was anything special on the gate. However, from the door to where he was now, Han Fei felt that there was light coming from there. Moreover, he could feel an abnormal heat. The heat on his soul was coming from the direction of the giant door. Even now, Han Fei could still see the golden shimmer shining on him through the mist. This was the reason why he felt so hot. In addition to the scorching heat, Han Fei also sensed a massive amount of Tao. Yes, Han Fei could tell that it was a kind of Taoist aura, the kind of power that burst out when the Taoist seed was activated. The Tao rhythm of the great Tao of self? This is the world behind the mirror. Han Fei suddenly looked back. He could still see that it was the direction from which the Jade Bridge came, including the main road under his feet. Wait, he was resurrected. Han Fei quickly looked down at his body. He didn't know when his body had recovered, but at this moment he wasn't circulating the great Tao. However, Han Fei soon discovered that tremendous changes seemed to have taken place in his body. Immediately after, he suddenly felt that 100 drops of golden jade essence had appeared in his bones. Yes, this number, no more and no less, was exactly 100 drops. Han Fei had known how difficult it was to obtain the golden jade essence before. Before, he practiced the 9th level of the void fishing art. He only had a few drops of golden jade essence. Later, after the lightning baptism, his golden jade essence became 160 drops. And after the experience, cultivation, and breakthroughs, he only had 8 drops. A total of 168 drops. But now, for no apparent reason, he had suddenly gained 100 drops of golden jade essence. Han Fei couldn't help but remember that when he lost consciousness, he seemed to see a golden light at the last moment, which seemed to sink into his body. Guru! Han Fei felt that he couldn't stand the faint light shining in front of him. It was too hot, and he felt that staying here for a while was extremely painful. He hurriedly took a few steps back, and then he felt a little better. However, the faint golden light had already shone on the main road that he had opened up. When Han Fei retreated to the side of the Jade Bridge, he felt a little better. But compared to before, Han Fei felt that his Tao had changed. Even when he came to the Jade Bridge, he still felt a little hot. Han Fei didn't condense the Tao crystal immediately, because he felt that it was a bit unbelievable that 100 drops of golden jade essence suddenly appeared. These 100 drops of golden jade essence meant that the upper limit of his physique would definitely be greatly improved. However, wouldn't it take a lot of time to produce so many golden jade essences? He didn't want to spend too much time on the natal star and miss the 4th round of the qualifiers. If that happened, he would be screwed. Han Fei came out of the road and happened to meet little Fatty's eyes. Han Fei hurriedly asked, "How long have I been in?" Little Fatty's big eyes revealed a weird look. "Didn't you just go in? Only 6 hours." Huh. Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing. 6 hours? Are you kidding me? 100 drops of golden jade essence were produced in 6 hours. Han Fei had passed the jade bridge before, but he wouldn't stay in it for long, so he didn't think about it before. But now he had an extra 100 drops of golden jade essence, and it only took him such a short time? Oh, got it. Right. How many times can you be resurrected? Little Fatty looked at Han Fei as if he were an idiot. "You're not dead." "Of course, 5 times." Han Fei was shocked and then slightly nodded. "You stay here. I'll go in again." Then the jade bridge reappeared, and Han Fei exclaimed when he reached the bridge, "Shoot! I'm not dead?" Then how did I reconstruct my body? Shouldn't my body explode when I have 5 times the strength? Even if I can reconstruct my body, I should have consciousness. Why don't I even have the most basic consciousness? There was no reason for everything, and he couldn't find the reason. Han Fei felt that if he could walk on the yellow mud road, he might be able to detect something. Han Fei did so. The moment he walked on the lush road against the scorching heat, Han Fei felt that his whole body was burning. "Oh, shoot, it's hot, it's hot!" Han Fei felt that the soles of his feet and his body were burning too. Fortunately, he was not burned to death, or rather, he had just taken the first step, so he was not burned to death. But if he walked further, he might be roasted. Forget it. I'll walk later. It must be because I'm too weak. I'll definitely be burned to death if I go there recklessly. Han Fei didn't care about how he reconstructed himself. Since time passed very slowly in his natal star, he should condense the great path crystal as soon as possible. With a thought from Han Fei, a Tao aura hovered and compressed in front of him. There was no telling how long it had been, but it should be very soon. A fist-sized golden crystal appeared in front of him. When Han Fei sensed the intense great path, he knew that he could condense the great path crystal. After condensing it, Han Fei retreated as if he were fleeing. Halfway there, Han Fei turned back to take a look. He had a question in his mind. Since there was still a path behind them, why did they erect a mirror there in the first place? Weird. Han Fei was puzzled. He really didn't know what his great path was doing. There was a jade bridge, a mist path, a mirror wall, a yellow mud road, and a giant gate in the distance. Even though he had broken the mirror wall, he still knew nothing about his great path. Han Fei came out again, and little Fatty's big eyes were still staring at the place where he disappeared. Han Fei asked, "How long was I gone?" Little Fatty replied, 10 minutes? Very short, anyway. Oh, Han Fei's heart did a flip. "Okay, I'm fine here. I'll send you back." Little Fatty glanced at the mountains of resources here and couldn't help but ask, "Can I take some resources back?" Hee, take them. You can't stuff too many anyway. Little Fatty didn't refuse. It collected at least hundreds of thousands of kilometers of resources. It didn't stop until the origin sea was full or even forced some in. Han Fei didn't expect that he didn't use Little Fatty. After sending Little Fatty away, Han Fei returned to the origin sea. He first activated his great path to see how much he could bear now. After the test, Han Fei was roughly sure that his upper limit was about 5 times without the assistance of the divine thought beads. It didn't increase the upper limit by much, but it was still an improvement. Then he walked on the yellow mud road for a while with his strength increased by 5 times. He walked forward for about 10,000 meters, but it was getting hotter and hotter. The power that burned his soul was too much for him to bear, so he retreated. However, Han Fei could tell that when he activated his great path, he could indeed walk on the yellow mud road for a while. He could even feel that if he stayed here for a long time, his body and soul seemed to be strengthened. Although it wasn't a lot, it was strange. Could he cultivate in his great path again? 1 month passed. In the core of his natal star, a total of 9 Great Path crystals floated in front of Han Fei, with the Great Path crystal as the main body and the 8 auxiliary Great Paths as the foundation. In fact, if Han Fei wanted to, he could even have 80 auxiliary Great Paths, but what he pursued was the essence, not all Great Paths. Besides, the auxiliary Great Paths could be integrated into the star core at any time. It wouldn't be a problem to put as many Great Paths as he wanted. For example, the 8 Great Paths he chose were the Yin-Yang Great Path, the Space Great Path, the Gravity Great Path, the Apocalypse Great Path, the Invincible Path, the Time Great Path, the Life-Borrowing Great Path, and the Speed Great Path. Han Fei felt that it was best to cultivate the Great Path of Speed alone. Sometimes, speed was very helpful in battles. Fortunately, he didn't have much time now. Otherwise, he would study it carefully and see how to improve his speed quickly. After the foundation of the star core was formed, Han Fei connected a trace of the vein he created with the foundation of the star core. Immediately, Han Fei felt a massive amount of energy gathering. The energy surged like a tide, and the Great Path crystals were immediately enveloped and caught in an energy vortex. At this moment, Han Fei's star core was finally born. Chapter 2371. As soon as the star core was born, Han Fei suddenly felt that this life star seemed to be feeding back to his body. At this moment, Han Fei seemed to have an epiphany. When the time was right, he could connect the meridians of his body with the earth veins of the life star, and then his body would be directly connected to the star core, making the star core his second heart. At that time, he would be able to achieve a leap in strength. But not now. He had to at least wait until the initial stage of growth of the star core was over. Although the star core had just been born and could crazily absorb the energy of the life star, there was too much energy in his life star. According to this absorption method, it would be difficult to gather the energy in the source C in less than 1,000 years. Han Fei couldn't help but remember that it took 300 or 500 years for the 2 star cores to release the energy in total. The recovery was slower than the release. Even if it was on the Life Star City, Han Fei wouldn't wait for 1,000 years. He immediately began to engrave an energy storage array outside the star core, in the center of this place. A year later, after several improvements, considering the speed of condensing the star core, if it was too fast, it would expand too much. So during this period, he set up a space array to compress the energy in this place and increase the density of the star core. In the end, Han Fei finally managed to increase the speed of the star core, gathering energy by about 10 times. However, there were also shortcomings, that is, the energy storage array was exposed to the impact of energy for a long time, and the array was easily destroyed and corroded. Therefore, according to the time flow rate on the Life Star, an energy storage array might not even last 200 years. Sure enough, in essence, I'm not that rare genius in 1,000,000 years. Han Fei really didn't understand how Feng Yu reached the peak of the star transformation realm at the age of 1,800. It was simply incomprehensible, unbelievable, and inexplicable, which made Han Fei very jealous. Han Fei dared to bet that if he didn't accelerate time, it would take him 8,000 years to reach the peak of the star transformation realm. But Han Fei didn't panic. Under the energy storage array, 1,000 years could be shortened to 100 years, and the time flow rate on the Life Star was different from that of the outside world. 100 years would take about 4 months. Although the 10,000-year grand competition was around the corner, it was not something that could be finished in 4 months. Therefore, in theory, he would need at least 4 months, or at least 3 months, before he could connect his body to his natal star more closely. However, there was still 1 more day before the 4th round of preliminaries. Unfortunately, the time was too short. It was already very impressive for him to be able to progress from Earth vein formation to star core formation in these few days. At the very least, he had experienced life and death once. Although he had not died, it at least meant that he had the courage to face death. Of course, little Fatty had to be there first. Buzz, he returned to the outside world. There was no one in his courtyard. After the third round of preliminaries, Han Fei said that he was going to cultivate in seclusion. He didn't know if Feng Xing Lu came to find him, but regardless of whether he came or not, it was impossible for him to find her. So Han Fei turned around and went to Feng Yu's house first. The place where Feng Yu stayed was especially easy to find. It was number A2. When Han Fei came, Feng Yu was sitting cross-legged in the courtyard alone, seeming to be cultivating. Seeing that Han Fei had come, Feng Yu said angrily, "Little junior brother, aren't you cultivating a little too hard? I sent people to check on your courtyard 6 times, but you weren't there even once. You're not cultivating in the sea of stars, are you?" Han Fei smiled awkwardly. Well, it's mainly because I gained some enlightenment from the battle with Xiao Qinglong. Yes, I gained some enlightenment. Feng Yu rolled her eyes and said, "I've been waiting for you here for the past few days and haven't gone anywhere. Oh, it seems that it's not good to be a senior sister. When I was a little junior sister, it was so comfortable." Han Fei changed the topic. "Senior sister, what did Senior Brother Azure Dragon say?" Feng Yu said, "Senior Brother Azure Dragon said that we should be careful and not be enemies with this person. If we have already become enemies with him, then..." As she spoke, Feng Yu took out a green dragon scale, which made Han Fei dumbfounded. Name Green Dragon Heaven-Defying Scale Introduction. The Heaven-Defying Scale of the Sovereign Dragon Clan, activated by Essence Blood, can be used as the foundation to strengthen the body and soul, temporarily gaining part of the Dragon Emperor's combat power. To use the Green Dragon Heaven-Defying Scale, a lot of energy resources must be prepared. Quality Ultra-Quality Divine Artifact. Usage once, cannot be recast, no refining required. When Han Fei saw this scale, he knew the result of the conversation between Feng Yu and Senior Brother Azure Dragon. Han Fei asked, "Did Senior Brother Azure Dragon give it to you?" Feng Yu nodded. "Yes, this is the Green Dragon Heaven-Defying Scale. If you are forced to fight him to the death, you can use this scale. You and I will each take one of these scales. Whoever fights against him will use it. However, it's best not to use it at the same time, because if we use the Green Dragon Heaven-Defying Scale, we may expose our identities as disciples of the Void Temple." Han Fei looked at Feng Yu in surprise. Feng Yu said, "Don't be surprised. Although Senior Brother Azure Dragon is a dragon and lives in seclusion, but a long, long time ago, Senior Brother Azure Dragon also appeared in the world and was invincible. Senior Brother Azure Dragon is not sure if anyone in the Divine Capital Dynasty will recognize his scale." Han Fei couldn't help but think for a moment. What if I expose my identity as a clone of the Void Temple? Feng Yu pondered for a while. Nothing. Most forces in the Sea Realm, of course, don't dare to fight with the Void Temple and the Temple of Time. However, if my identity as a disciple of the Void Temple is exposed, I'm afraid I have to be careful of the Temple of Time and the Temple of Undying. Once you're targeted by these 2 great halls, it won't be easy for you to travel around freely and explore the Sea Realm. Han Fei couldn't help but grimace. Han Fei didn't want to fight with the 2 temples now. Compared with others, he was an independent cultivator and had a lot of things to do. Once he was targeted by these 2 temples, his hands and feet would be tied. How could he do anything? Besides, Feng Yu actually shouldn't expose her identity as a disciple of the Void Temple at this time. Feng Yu was about to prove her Tao. Maybe after this 10,000-year competition, she would also prove her Tao after obtaining the starting land. If her identity was exposed once the 2 temples or someone with ulterior motives tampered with Feng Yu's Emperor Tribulation, it would be a big deal. As if seeing Han Fei's worry, Feng Yu said, "Don't worry, the worst result is not as bad as you think. With eldest senior brother around, it is almost impossible for others to destroy my Emperor Tribulation. Once I become an emperor, Even if the two temples know, they probably won't bother me because I have already proved my Tao. It's meaningless to bother me. But, junior brother, if you meet him, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you in the future. Han Fei frowned slightly. Can that black dragon appear in the divine capital dynasty? Feng, you said I asked this question. Senior brother Azure Dragon said that he would tell the Dongwu Emperor not to let the black dragon act violently. So, using the Azure Dragon heaven-defying scale is only the worst-case scenario. In theory, Zhao Qinglong wouldn't completely rely on the power of the black dragon. However, it's still possible for the black dragon to lend him a little power. Besides, with his strength at the peak of the star transformation realm, junior brother, you should be no match for him now. So my suggestion is, don't fight him if you can. Han Fei shook his head slightly. On the road to the invincible realm, either he or I die. Even if we don't fight in the divine capital dynasty, we still have to fight when we leave the divine capital dynasty. Besides, even after the 4th round of preliminaries, when the arena competition begins, we will still meet him in the end. Feng Yu nodded slightly. That's better. I'll meet him first. In addition to the Azure Dragon heaven-defying scale, I'm also a member of the Phoenix clan. How can I not have any other means? So, junior brother, don't worry. Han Fei thought to himself, I can't rest assured. I'm most afraid that I will have to fight Zhao Qinglong in the 4th round of preliminaries. In the 3rd round, the reason why Zhao Qinglong didn't make a move was probably because he knew he couldn't kill me. He let me pass the 3rd round of preliminaries in order to have a chance to kill me later. Han Fei's eyes became fierce. Senior sister, I'm going to find Feng Xingliu first. Feng Yu was speechless. Why are you looking for him? He hangs out with a bunch of rich kids all day and has been taught a lesson by me many times. He's simply a loser. So are you hanging out with these people for no reason? Loser. Han Fei laughed to cover up his embarrassment. But Feng, you didn't understand. Although these people were rich, they had many connections. In Feng Yu's eyes, Han Fei ran away with a swish. When it came to Feng Xingliu's side, he saw that they were playing a game called 4 Seas War Chess. This kind of chess used the 4 divine provinces as camps, and each camp was given 36 cards. It was a secret chess strategy. The essence of this 4 Seas War Chess was gambling. When Han Fei arrived, there were 2 tables of 4 Seas War Chess in Feng Xingliu's yard. Feng Xingliu Wu Bufan and the other 2 were all smoking big pipes and exhaling smoke, shouting from time to time. At this moment, Wu Bufan spat out a mouthful of golden smoke and shouted, "Explode! I'll kill you with an ultra-quality divine weapon card." Feng Xingliu stepped on a stool. "Hey, you have an ultra-quality divine weapon card, but I don't? Ha ha ha, let's die together. Pa, who hit me?" Feng Xingliu was about to curse, but when he saw Han Fei, he said angrily, "Hey, I'm playing chess. Don't be a wet blanket." Han Fei said angrily, "Nonsense. Wu Bufan Chao Mengda. How's it going?" Chapter 2372. Because of Han Fei's arrival, Feng Xingliu's place was immediately closed. Wu Bufan and the others had been waiting for Han Fei here for a long time. Seeing Han Fei's arrival, they didn't disguise themselves. Immediately Wu Bufan said, "Brother Fei, I've got something. Look, I got the essence blood of a prehistoric ferocious beast, the heavenly conch." When Wu Bufan took out something, the place suddenly glittered fiercely. Han Fei stomped on the ground and covered the yard of the Phoenix Starstream. Han Fei said, "Keep a low profile. What are you doing? Are you afraid that people don't know we're showing off our treasures here?" Wu Bufan quickly chuckled. "Keep it. I'll keep it." Han Fei nodded slightly. The thing that Wu Bufan took out just now had been sealed, but it was still ferocious. It was obviously extraordinary. Then Chao Mingda said, as if presenting a treasure, "Brother Fei, mine is not so ferocious." This is the essence blood of a divine beast, the divine tide whale, which ranks in the top 10,000 on the divine beast list. Han Fei's eyes immediately lit up. Take it out and let me have a look. After that, Han Fei looked at Wu Bufan. Take out yours and let me have a look. Feng Xinglu was dumbfounded, not knowing why Han Fei began to collect the essence blood of divine beasts and prehistoric ferocious beasts. When Xiao Mingda took out the divine tide whale's blood, blue light flashed, and Han Fei felt that the humidity in the courtyard had risen. Oh my God! Han Fei asked, what other blood do you have? Luo Dafei quickly said, Brother Fei, I have the blood of a divine beast, the green water qilin. Han Fei frowned slightly. He already had that thing a long time ago. Han Fei shook his head. No, Li Qin immediately sneered. I told you, the blood of a green water qilin is nothing. He was just a mythological beast, that's all. Brother Fei, I have the blood of a thick earth dragon turtle. Zhou Run added, Brother Fei, I have the essence blood of a prehistoric ferocious beast, the jellyfish fairy. When everyone took out the essence blood of divine beasts and ferocious beasts, he couldn't help but look at the demon purification pot. The sea species, 2962135 owner, 200016 nearby bloodlines. Twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, emperor sparrow, heavenly sea snail, divine tide whale, jellyfish fairy, deep earth dragon turtle, blood dragon shark, heaven striking jade shell, star scorpion. Recommended bloodlines: deity tide whale, deep earth dragon turtle, jellyfish fairy, blood dragon shark, heaven striking jade shell, star scorpion. First of all, the jade water qilin blood that had appeared before did not appear in the nearby bloodlines. However, to Han Fei's surprise, the divine beast's blood essence and the ferocious beast's blood essence were almost the same. Could it be that they could only get this level? Wait. Han Fei was surprised. There seemed to be a heavenly conch that didn't appear in the recommended bloodlines, which meant that the heavenly conch was of a higher level than the others. Han Fei couldn't help but say, Wu Bufan, although I don't know much about the rest, it sounds somewhat familiar. But what kind of conch is it? Wu Bufan immediately grinned and said, Brother Fei, I don't know either. But I've looked through the treasures in my family. It said that this heavenly conch was a spiritual beast that helped the gods deliver oracles in ancient times and was called an oracle. But it was clearly a ferocious beast. Many people of the Wu family once wanted to extract the blood of the heavenly conch to strengthen themselves, but they all went mad in the end. None of them could withstand the sky conch's vicious nature. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Anyway, it was a good thing. Han Fei immediately said, Wu Bufan, your essence blood is worth millions of resources to me. If someone from the Wu family wants to attack you in the trial, I can help you kill him, even if he is from the main branch of the Wu family. Maybe if you have any ideas, you can tell me. Immediately, Wu Bufan was refreshed and took a deep breath. Brother Fei, are you sure? Han Fei grinned and said, Of course. I've been paid to help you. Everyone couldn't help looking at Wu Bufan enviously. Among so many divine beasts' essence blood and ferocious beasts' essence blood, Wu Bufan's heavenly conch was the only one that caught Han Fei's eyes. In the next moment, Han Fei said, Except for the green water qilin blood, I want all the other divine beasts' essence blood. However, their value is definitely not comparable to that of the heavenly conch. I can provide protection for you in the subsequent competition and help you resist the plots of other strong people of your clan. If it's convenient and the conditions are suitable, I can also help you get rid of the other members of the family who are not from the main family and have evil intentions towards you. Besides, from now until the end of the major competition, I won't ask for your resources anymore. After all, they were all divine beasts' essence blood and ferocious beasts' essence blood, which were all priceless. Moreover, The protection from now on was actually the protection for the fourth round of qualifiers, because according to speculation, only in this round would there be deaths. Besides, even if there were deaths in this round, the proportion of deaths would not be very high. After all, the longer the selection was, the stronger the remaining people would be. And most of the participants in the selection were strong people from the divine EC. It was unreasonable and meaningless to cause the death of a large number of heaven-opening state powerhouses in one competition. Therefore, Han Fei felt that no matter what the rules of the fourth round of qualifiers were, the probability of death would not be too high. After accepting all their essence blood, Han Fei added, "Of course, if any of you think the reward I gave is not enough, you can also take these essence blood back. I won't force you." Chao Mingde immediately said, "How can I do that? I've already got it. How can I take it back? Brother Fei, aren't you making fun of us?" Li Chen nodded. "Yes, it's just the essence blood of a divine beast. It's impossible for me to take it back." "Yes, Brother Fei, just take it." The most embarrassed one was Luo Dafei. His green water Qilin blood was regarded as a common product, but in fact he was not confident when he brought it here. Now it seemed that it was still a garbage bloodline, worthless. However, Han Fei thought to himself, since so many people have helped him, and Luo Dafei has been very generous before, it doesn't seem right for him to completely ignore them. So Han Fei said to Fei, "Fine, give me your green water Qilin blood too. I can protect you, but I'll forget about helping you kill the experts of my clan, right?" Luo Dafei's eyes immediately lit up. Okay, thank you, Brother Fei. I won't make trouble for you." After a while, after sending everyone away, Feng Xingliu asked in confusion, "Wait, why do you want so much essence, blood of divine beasts? Do you have a way to improve your bloodline?" Han Fei looked at Feng Xingliu in astonishment. "How do you know?" Feng Xingliu said casually, "It's not hard to guess. What else can the essence, blood of divine beasts do you want to accept to improve your bloodline? To draw rays and carve runes? In fact, they know that you will only choose one or two, but you want all of them." Han Fei thought to himself, God knows when the essence blood will be useful. He used it when he created Zhang Daqian's clone. Feng Xingliu said, "Let's go. You've driven them away. Go and have hot pot with Feng Qingqing." "No, I'm going back to cultivate in seclusion." Feng Xingliu was stunned. "Wait, didn't you just finish your seclusion? Why are you in seclusion again? Tomorrow is the fourth round of qualifiers." Han Fei said, "You know that I need to stabilize my natal star after I turn into a star, and I've learned a lot recently. Go eat by yourself. I should be free after a while." Saying goodbye to Feng Xingliu, Han Fei returned to the courtyard and couldn't wait to observe the essence blood of the divine beasts and ferocious beasts. In the end, he chose the essence blood of the deep earth dragon turtle. The deep earth dragon turtle was not a divine beast, but a primeval, ferocious beast. This creature was a turtle with a dragon head and a dragon tail. It had a strong defense and could use its talent ability, absolute defense, to resist all damage within one major level for a certain time. The deep earth dragon turtle was rare. It was an extremely rare, ferocious beast with a violent personality, mainly because there were too many people looking for trouble. Because the deep earth dragon turtle was full of treasures, once it was discovered, it would cause a storm of blood. Swallow, in his natal star, Han Fei cultivated for a moment, and information popped up in his eyes. Owner, Han Fei, level greater than 105. Sky Creator, Star Conversion, Vast Sea Family Tree greater than 200,016, evolving. 0/13064 years, Immortal Spiritual Energy, 420,000, Divine Soul, 7. 15 yuan, 7,157,564 points. Perception range greater than 7,150,000 kilometers. Power 7. 19 star power 7199293 waves First, spiritual heritage, primordial vein. Second, spiritual heritage, vein of eternal darkness. First, spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit, swallowing fish, level 99. Second, spiritual beast, emperor sparrow, level 101. Main art, void stealing, level 9 of void fishing, emperor, ultra quality. Han Fei wasn't too surprised to see the new template. His power had increased by 100,000 waves, surpassing his soul for the first time. It must have been caused by the 100 drops of gold jade essence. Han Fei stared at the power of his soul for a long time and realized that he had to find a way to cultivate his soul. Once a star core was born, his body would definitely be stronger. Although his soul would theoretically be stronger, it wouldn't be that much. If it was only his body that was getting stronger, the gap between his soul and his power would be widened again. At present, the gap between the two was 41,729 points. According to the characteristic that the two could be exchanged, it would only take him a few days to reach an extreme balance. But Han Fei thought that the gap wasn't much, and his foundation was very solid now. In order to deal with the fourth round of the qualifiers, he might as well make up for it with energy crystals first.